Loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly, just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat, keep it on repeat. Tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. Give me that, give me that, give me that good reaction. Gonna make it right, little like an offer I can't refuse. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat, keep it on repeat. Tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Just my kind of heat, keep it on repeat. Tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar, just my kind of heat. Ooh, that sugar, sipping on the potion, all that good emotion. Ooh, that sugar.
I got an appetite, let's bake ourselves a treat. What you've been mixing, serve it up the way you please. I love the way you shake, you stir, you heat, you squeeze. So thick, push up and butter me.
Push that, shake that, smack that, mix that, dump that, marinate that. We don't need a recipe.
With that cream, baby, pour that sweet on me. Baby, shade up, we can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that, preheat this oven up like 5,000 degrees. It's almost ready, we've been craving this all week. Baby, you want it, I got it. I'm hooked on you like phonics. Gotta be honest, you're on it, and this ain't no time to be modest.
Poke that, push that, shake that, girl, take your last name, let's hyphenate that. We don't need a recipe.
With that cream, baby, pour that sweet on me. Baby, shade up, we can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that with that cream. We can cook up, we can stir up, when we hook up, just you and me with that cream. Pour that sweet on me, baby. Shade it, we can cook up, we can stir up, when we hook up, just you and me with that cream, with that cream. Super better never with that cream. We can cook up, we can stir up, when we hook up, just you and me with that cream, with that cream.
You're gonna tell me it's over, and I don't know what to say. I can't see your face, but I can't see me alone. And now I can't be depressed, so I drink and I drink and I drink and I drink. I'm still thirsty. Everybody wants harmless love, but I couldn't stand being bored. Now let's be honest. Should have left, should have left, should have left, should have left long ago. I don't know what to write, 'cause I don't know how I feel when I don't understand myself. How can you? Everybody Baby, you know it. You're losing patience with me, but baby, don't show it. Ooh, isn't this what you wanted? But you're blowing up my phone, cause I didn't come crying to you. So come on, ask me if it hurts just as much as it did before. And honestly, the third time, the fourth time, now baby, I'm getting bored. You're keeping me awake for the last time. I put my phone in airplane mode tonight. You can waste your breath, I won't waste mine, cause it's the last time. You're keeping me up, you're keeping me up, you're keeping my up, you're keeping me up, you're keeping my up, you're keeping me up, you're keeping my up, you're keeping me up, you're keeping me up, you're keeping me up, you're keeping my up, keeping me up, you're keeping my up, you're keeping me up, you're keeping my up. Your feelings when you could try to control it. Ooh. And I can see that you lost it, but I think you like the drama more than you like the cost of the truth. So come on, ask me, yeah, why it just doesn't hurt like it did before. And honestly, the fifth time, the sixth time, now baby, I'm getting bored. You're keeping me awake for the last time. I put my phone in airplane mode tonight. You can waste your breath, I won't waste mine, cause it's the last time. You're keeping me up, you're keeping me up, you're keeping my 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 up, keeping me up, you're keeping me up, you're keeping me up, you're keeping my up, keeping me up, you're keeping my up. You know it. You're losing patience with me, but baby, don't show it. Ooh.
Hours driving on the highway, far away, far away, far away. Every moment I was spending on regrets was such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. Ah, I'm going all the way up. Ah, I'm letting go in my heart. Ah, of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I've been in the roof. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. If there is shit behind me. Feeling like a stranger on a foreign land. Far away, far away, far away. I could get along, could be a different man. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. Ah, I'm going all the way up. Ah, I'm letting go in my heart. Ah,
Ladies and gentlemen, security and safety form the basis of all human activity. The importance of security and safety, as well as the importance of health, is often noticed only when it's threatened. Western Europe did not realize that its security was threatened in 2008, when Russia began its war in Georgia. Most of us did not realize this in 2014 either, when the war in Ukraine began. In reality, Ukraine struggled to get out of Russia's sphere of influence began already 10 years before the actual war. In 2004, pro-Russian forces in Ukraine rigged the results of the presidential elections, which led to the beginning of the Orange Revolution and Ukraine's bumpy road towards the West. For the Kremlin, the war in Ukraine is still just an operation, and publicly calling a war in Russia can result in a prison sentence spanning years, despite the fact that perhaps more than 100,000 Russian soldiers have already lost their lives on Ukrainian soil. The Kremlin's mindset is twisted and already bears resemblance to the brutal and criminal actions of the Bolsheviks and Nazis in Ukraine. It seems that the Kremlin treats Ukrainians as subhumans, similarly as the Nazis did the same with the Jews. Putin's war in Ukraine is a war without justifiable reason, a war without declaration of war, and a war without morality. Russia has already morally lost the war, but the West, with its aid to Ukraine, must ensure that Russia also loses it militarily. Ukraine needs modern Western weapons to win the war, and we have to do it quickly. My own, perhaps overly pessimistic assessment is that despite its defeat, the current Russian leadership will not admit the guilt in the war it started, nor will Russia compensate for the war damages it has caused in Ukraine. And it's quite unlikely that the current rulers of the Kremlin will face international justice in The Hague. How then can we make the guilty party of this war, Russia, pay for the destruction and its war crimes? In my opinion, it's not enough to isolate Russia internationally. We must ensure that Ukraine is given the real opportunity to integrate into all Western organizations, such as NATO and the European Union, if the Ukrainians so wish. And as long as these integration processes are ongoing, the USA and the leading European nations must provide full security guarantees for Ukraine. As Ukraine fights Russia, we must remember that Ukraine is not only fighting for its independence. Ukraine is fighting against Russia's empire nostalgia. Russia's first Prime Minister, Yegor Gaidar, warned us about Russia's imperial ambitions already back in 2006 in his book called Collapse of an Empire. Ukraine is fighting for Western democracies against imperialist Russia. If the Kremlin's imperialism is not destroyed in Ukraine, we will also experience Russian imperialism further west in Europe. For this reason, it is also in the West's interest to ensure that Ukraine maintains its territorial integrity and succeeds in stopping Putin's empire nostalgia. Ukraine is fighting not only for its own sake, but for the sake of the entire Europe. Ukraine is fighting not only to win the war, but to win a future for the Ukrainians. Ukraine's endurance against an overwhelming enemy has come as a surprise, to the Kremlin. It is easy for us Finns to identify with the current situation in Ukraine when we think back to our Winter War. When the Soviet army, which was many times larger than our army, imagined that it could march on our capital and expect our citizens to welcome the aggressor with flowers. Instead of cheering crowds, the Red Army was met by a united Finnish army and by a united Finnish people. They couldn't see our backs. They saw our faces. They were not given flowers. They were given bullets, as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said during the war in Ukraine. History seems to repeat itself. 80 years ago, the aggressor was Stalin, now Putin. Experts have given much thought to what led Putin to make such a catastrophic decision and launch an invasion of Ukraine in February last year. This is, of course, a misjudgment by Russian intelligence about the unity and readiness of Ukrainians to defend their country. However, the background of Putin's wrong decision is rooted in any dictator's deeper lack of understanding of democracies. It is true that democracies appear weak on the surface, but at the end of the day, the core of democracies is strong because it's built on the common, voluntarily formed values by citizens. Dictatorships, on the other hand, look strong on the outside, but they are weak on the inside, which is why all dictatorship collapse sooner or later. Here I'm reminded of the 2,000-year-old legend of King Croesus of Lydia, who went to meet the oracle of Delphi in order to know in advance the outcome of the war he was going to start. The oracle answered him, "You will destroy a great empire." This is what happened. Croesus destroyed an empire, his own. This also seems to be happening to Putin's regime. I would like to emphasize here that Russia will not be destroyed by the West, but by Putin and his empire nostalgia, and probably by the Russian elites turning against the current leadership sooner or later. More than 60 years ago, Berlin was blockaded by the Soviet Union. Eventually, the Western Alliance decided to use an air bridge to keep West Berlin standing. Especially memorable was the moment when John F. Kennedy, then President of the United States, gave his support to West Berlin by stating, quote, 2,000 years ago, the proudest boast was civis Romanus sum. I am a Roman citizen. Today, in the world of freedom, the proudest boast is Ich bin ein Berliner. Now, 6 decades later, to paraphrase President Kennedy, I would like to say that the proudest words I know are Ja Ukrainis. I am an Ukrainian. I'm not saying this because I started my academic studies at the Kiev State University 36 years ago. I don't say this even because my grandfather was Ukrainian, who gave his life fighting the real Nazis in Ukraine 1943. I say this because at the moment Ukrainians are not just fighting for their own freedom, they are fighting for the freedom for the whole of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, today the Centrum Balticum Foundation organizes the 15th annual Baltic Sea Forum. This year, the Baltic Sea Forum focuses on security and safety, and I'm delighted that Artis Pabriks, who served as both Latvia's Minister of Defense and Foreign Minister, will deliver the forum's keynote speech. Before the keynote, however, we will hear a video greeting from Russian dissident writer Mikhail Shishkin, author of the book My Russia, War or Peace? Otherwise, the Centrum Balticum Foundation has not allowed representatives of Russia or Belarus to participate in this year's forum. Hopefully, there will come a time for this too, once Ukraine has won its defensive war and imperialism has disappeared from the Kremlin. Hopefully, I have time enough to see the latter happening. The opening remarks will be followed by 3 panels on security and safety from the perspectives of military defense, energy security, and border management. At the end of the forum, we will hear a speech on civil society security by the Director General of the Council of Baltic Sea States. The forum ends with Ilkka Salmi's closing speech. Mr. Salmi is both a member of the board of the University of Turku and the former head of the Finnish Security and Intelligence Service, SUPO. Dear participants, I hope the forum offers you new ideas and an opportunity to strengthen your network of relationships for a safer Europe. Next on the program is the opening words from Minna Arve and Markus Granlund. Minna Arve is the chair of the board of directors of Centrum Balticum Foundation and mayor of the city of Turku. Professor Markus Granlund is the dean of the Turku School of Economics as well as a board member of the Central Balticum Foundation. With these words, please, Minna, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a brutal imperialistic war in the middle of Europe. The same war is occurring on different fronts. The brutal aggression in Ukraine is evident to all of us, and we can see the loss of lives, not only soldiers, but also children, women, and elderly in cities. I visited Bucha a couple of months ago. I saw the terror, what's been occurred there. I see the horror still in people's eyes. But that other front is not as visible. Russians are attempting to find weaknesses in Europe and its Western allies. However, they are looking at the wrong direction. They believe that our democratic values, diverse voices, transparency, and our responsibility towards other people and nature are our weaknesses. They are mistaken. These are our strengths. It's not sufficient to fight for the lives of our loved ones. We need to fight also for our European values. Free democracy, human rights, freedom of the press, and transparent, effective governance. There is a war against these values, and this war is occurring on 2 fronts. Ukrainians are fighting for their lives in their own territory to defend these values. But there is also a war against these values on the internet, in public discussions, and in places we cannot always see. We must fight for these values every day and everywhere, including in cities. The Roman general Vegetius said that if you want peace, you must prepare for war. And I'm pleased to see that nations all over Europe are waking and preparing for the war. However, we are already fighting a war for which we were not prepared. The battle against climate change. And frankly speaking, it's not progressing very well. It appears that we are more skilled and prepared for immediate, tangible threats rather than those that emerge slowly. That is why the work we do in cities is crucial, not only in combating climate change, but also in defending our values and ensuring the resilience and preparedness to protect our nation's critical infrastructure. Dear participants, Finland has once again ranked as the world's happiest country for the 6th year in a row. And I believe that it has a lot to do with the overall sense of safety and, moreover, trust in society. In a functional and resilient society, safety is considered the basic setting, and especially internal safety is based on trust for institutions and society. And it's so self-evident that we often only grasp its true significance when our sense of security is challenged in some way. In recent years, our sense of security has been tested by various overlapping global crises, such as COVID-19 pandemic, Russia's unwarranted war in Ukraine, and the energy crisis. And as a result, preparedness and safety measures have become a global priority. However, in Finland, this topic has been central for several decades. We often refer to comprehensive security as a cooperative model of Finnish preparedness, where vital societal functions are handled collectively by authorities, businesses, NGOs, and citizens. Within this model, stakeholders share and analyze security and situational information, develop joint plans, and engage in joint training. One could also say that municipalities in Finland serve as a backbone of preparedness, ensuring the safety and well-being of their residents. We have recognized that no single entity can effectively address emergencies alone. Therefore, we have fostered a culture of cooperation where collaboration, communication and shared responsibility form the basis of our preparedness efforts. And it's important to note that preparedness is not solely about having the necessary equipment and infrastructure. It also requires a well-trained and knowledgeable workforce. As a result, the city of Turku conducts joint training exercises with local and national authorities every year to ensure that we are equipped to handle unaccepted situations if necessary. When faced with emergencies, we can promptly activate our preparedness plans, effectively coordinating with government agencies and organizations. The smooth flow of information, resources and assistance ensures a unified response and minimizes the impact of the crisis on the community. We closely cooperate with various security authorities, other municipalities, associations and organizations at the local, regional and national levels on issues related to security, risk management and preparedness. And in addition to the members of the city's crisis management team, representatives from critical companies within the city group, such as energy and water management companies, as well as representatives from the police, rescue services and the Finnish Red Cross participate in these exercises coordinated by the city. And it's important to note that in Finland, most key critical infrastructure operators are owned by cities through various municipal companies. In Turku, for instance, our city group is responsible for various services including electricity, warm, water, wastewater management and heat production in our area. And there are also specific topics that particularly concern larger cities. Therefore, we are now initiating a new security training initiative with the 6 largest cities in Finland. Cooperation and training within cities are not limited to specific types of emergencies. They encompass a wide range of scenarios, including natural disasters, pandemics, cyber attacks, and even terrorist threats. And in addition to addressing traditional security threats, we are increasingly concerned about deepening segregation and marginalization, which pose challenges to our internal security. And in this context, the role of the third sector as a partner of the city becomes crucial. Dear audience, our values are worth of fighting for. However, in order to sustain the motivation to fight, it is essential to uphold these values. Segregation work is hardcore security matter. I believe that comprehensive security and ensuring a stable supply are areas where international cooperation can and should be encouraged and nurtured. The work on security of supply is essential for maintaining preparedness and ensuring the smooth functioning of critical societal functions during exceptional circumstances. I strongly believe that this is the area that should also be advanced at the EU level. With these words, I warmly welcome you all to Turku. I hope that this seminar brings forth new ideas and opportunities for cooperation. And I also, while you are here, encourage you to take some time and explore our beautiful, sunny, summery city. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to warmly welcome you all to this high-profile forum. Thanks to all the organizers, especially Professor Liuhto, for designing such an interesting and important agenda. I also want to welcome you all to the premises of the University of Turku. This time we are not at the School of Economics, which I represent as the Dean, but this is business as usual for us. We are a multidisciplinary university, thanks to the Faculty of Education for offering these premises. We have actually another conference at the school which relates to this one. It focuses on future studies and foresight know-how. And I can't really think of a much more important topic to address today, trying to make sense of the potential futures of our planet and Europe. But concentrating on the School of Economics very briefly, one of the focus areas of research at our school is labeled geopolitics, security, and global business. And this area is multidisciplinary, and related research is being done in several disciplines and also more broadly at the university. For instance, the Faculty of Social Sciences. Although we are not totally unique in this regard, I want to point out two unique features we have. One spearhead of know-how lies at our Pan-European Institute, led by Professor Liuhto. And he, with his colleagues, have done remarkable development work in creating a systematic and research-based offering of courses on global trade policy, including aspects related to geopolitics and security. Another thing I want to mention is a very new opening. We have namely established, together with the National Defense University, a professorship on intelligence research. And we believe this professorship will be something others will benchmark, hopefully, in the near future. So as you can hear only from these single examples among many other issues, universities in general truly live in time regarding research and education relating to the current and future geopolitical and security situation, or should I say insecurity. And of course the current situation's effects, short-term, long-term effects on people and societies. So with these brief words, I want to once more warmly welcome you all to this forum. 500 people, I heard. Half of you are here, half online. You are all very warmly welcome. And once again, a big thank you to the organizers, especially Professor Kari Liuhto. Thank you.
Next we have in the program the video greeting of Russian dissident writer Mikhail Shishkin. And before the greeting, a short introduction of the keynote speaker and the chair of the first panel. This year, the forum keynote speaker is Artis Pabriks. He is a director of Northern European Policy Center. During the past 2 decades, he has served as Latvia's Minister of Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he has been also a Latvian member in the European Parliament. In addition to his state service, he has also an academic background. He used to be the first rector of Vitseme University of Applied Sciences in Latvia. Mr. Pabriks has a PhD in political science, which he defended at the Aarhus University, Denmark. In turn, Lieutenant Colonel Markus Palokangas acts as a chair of the first panel. Mr. Palokangas works as a military professor at National Defense University of Finland. He is the founder and the chairman of the Fog of War Research Network. Professor Palokangas has published numerous studies on military history, military tradition, and military skills. He defended his thesis on guerrilla war tactics at National Defense University of Finland in 2014. But without further ado, I give the floor to Mr. Pabriks. Please, Artis. Sorry, I think that, shall we have the video? Okay, let's have the video first. Yeah.
In the Baltic Fleet during the World War II. When I was a child, above my cot hung a photo of his shuka, pike. As a kid, I was terribly proud that my papa had a submarine. All his life long, he was proud that he and his comrades liberated Europe from fascism. When the Soviet Union collapsed and the perestroika came, my father was pained and offended when the TV stations started depicting a wholly new version of the past. It turned out that he had fought against Hitler for a fascist regime that was even worse. It was absolutely impossible for him to accept another truth, that they were other fascists. The Germans were able to overcome their Nazi past. We had neither de-Stalinization nor the Nuremberg trials for the Communist Party. In Germany, the Allies were in charge of the democratization of the society. Can you imagine that former Gestapo officers would have carried out the democratic changes in the after-war Germany? This happened in Russia. Former Communist Party functionaries and KGB agents were in charge of building up a new society. They did what they could. The result we see, a new dictatorship. A dictatorship, by its very nature, cannot exist without enemies, which means war. We are in this war. Ukraine was able to escape from this hellish circle, to escape from our common monstrous bloody past. For this reason, it is hated by Russian impostors. A free and democratic Ukraine can serve as an example for the Russian population, which is why it is so important for Putin to destroy it. A year ago, when Russian tanks were already marching toward Kiev, the whole world wondered why there were no mass anti-war protests in Russia, why only loners took to the streets. It was attributed to the fear. Silence is a Russian survival strategy. Those who protested back then were in jail. This is how Russians have survived by silence for generations. Pushkin formulated this Russian way of life in the last line of his historical drama Борис Годунov. Народ безмолвствует. The people are silent. And with the beginning of the aggression against Ukraine, the people were keeping silent. But then mass mobilization began in the fall, and it is no longer possible to explain away the fact that hundreds of thousands of Russians obediently went to kill Ukrainians and be killed. This is something else, something deeper, something scarier. My country has fallen out of time. In the 21st century, in the modern humankind, each person is responsible for deciding what is good and what is evil. And if I see that my country and my people are waging a despicable, shameful war, I will be against my country and I will be against my people. But most Russians mentally live in the past, when people associated themselves with their tribe. Our tribe is always right, and the other tribes are our enemies and want to destroy us. We are not responsible, we don't decide anything. The chief, Khan, Tsar decides everything for us. This is how the state makes them think. If our enemies, the fascists from Ukraine and NATO, attack our homeland, we go to defend it, just as our grandfathers defended it from German fascists. The feeling of love for their homeland, the beautiful sense of patriotism, was misused by all dictators for their own purposes. Russians are now going to war, as Putin's propaganda explained to them, to defend their homeland against European and American Nazism. And they don't realize that they are protecting the power of a criminal gang in the Kremlin, which has taken the entire country hostage. How could you explain to these people that they are fascists? The only way out is to inflict a military defeat on the Putin regime. Therefore, democratic countries must help the Ukrainians with everything they can, and above all, with weapons. I believe in the victory of Ukraine. After the war, the whole world will come to aid to reconstruct what has been destroyed by Russian occupants, and the country will be able to rebuild itself. But Russia will lie in the ruins of economy and in the ruins of consciousness. A new birth of my country is possible only through the complete destruction of the Putin regime. The empire must be amputated from the Russian person like a malignant cancer. Will it be possible in the coming months and years? I don't know. Russia is in for a very difficult time. In this year, I realized what Kazimir Malevich actually meant with his black square. An artist anticipates what will come in the future. In his future were the World War I, the bloodiest civil war, the Gulag. Now Russia is this black square again. Slava Ukraini.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dear Kari, thank you for this honor to speak from this podium to such a distinguished community of scientists, analytics, and any other persons which are here. After this speech of Russian dissident, I, of course, had to rearrange also certain things what I wanted to say. And just to remind to everybody of us, if we want to understand today, if we want to understand tomorrow, and if we want to understand how to act properly today and tomorrow, we must understand also our past, where are we coming from. And listening the sentences of previous speaker, I was just was struck by the situation of our common past, because obviously, as a Latvian from a Latvia which was occupied by Soviet Union for about 50 years, I was living with the same person in, let's say, the same country in the same time. And when I was listening how he felt and what he was thinking when he was a kid, I just tried to immediately remember what I was thinking when I was a kid in the same kind of a political system. And I can tell you that my thoughts were from a different world. We were living in a different world with Russians who were thinking in a way how this dissident described. Because I remember still in the first years of my school, I was of an age of 7 or 8 or 9. Almost every day I was listening American voice together with my parents, 5 o'clock in the evening and 7 o'clock in the evening. I was used to these disturbances. Whenever 5 o'clock was approaching, it was so difficult, to catch something which was told on the radio. And actually we discovered that those old radios from, let's say, 30s, which were not so sensitive, they were actually much better to catch the American voice than the more modern ones produced in 60s or 70s or 80s. I was dreaming in those days, you believe or not, but I was dreaming about independence of my country. I still have somewhere in my shelves the old maps, let's say, of Soviet Union, where I was, as a kid, was taking with a color and coloring my country in a different color just to make it different from the rest of the Soviet Union. So basically, our dream in those days was totally different. We were dreaming about two important things, what I understand now as a political scientist or as a conscious thinker. We were dreaming about individual freedom, and we were dreaming about collective freedom. These both things we regained a bit more than 30 years ago again, and nobody in those days, maybe in 1980s or 70s, actually were thinking we will get to this. Because if you look to our partners and allies now in European Union and in NATO, most of people thought that, the history has changed, these countries are gone, these people are gone, this will never change. But as one of Estonian, our neighboring, not Latvian, but Estonian political scientist, Rein Taagepera, told, Baltic countries were like bumblebees, because according to aerodynamics, they should not fly because they are fat with the small wings. They should not fly, but they are flying. And for us, actually, we did this miracle that we were flying twice. First, we established our independence, just like your country or like Poland in 1919 with independence war. And second time, we did it again. So to understand today and tomorrow, we have to go also a little bit in the past, and excuse me if I will waste some of your precious time today also still speaking about history, because the future actually deserves more time and Ukraine deserves more time, but I will come to that as well. Today we have a 15th forum of this very important conference here in Turku. And just by kind of coincidence, and I like calendar dates, and I think all historians like calendar dates, it is happening also on 15th of June. And June is a month which in Latvian or a Baltic history is actually overwhelmed with important historic dates and events, which is very close to our heart, but maybe is already gone for many of our neighbors and other countries around us, because especially now when we are all living in two worlds, not just Soviet Union and independent Latvia, but in real world and in virtual world, in social media, there are also dark side effects of social media, which means fragmentation of societies, polarization of societies, the loss of homogeneity, which in fact is also misused by our opponents, as we can see, because whenever there is an opening, it is used against us. But the dates still are important. Just to remind you, 14th of June, which is yesterday, it was a big deportation day in all 3 Baltic countries, where, for instance, my country in one night lost about 15,000 civilians and about 500 our officers from our military, which were either executed or simply deported to Siberia. The same happened in Estonia, the same happened in Lithuania, and yesterday was a big mourning day, and it's not a coincidence that our first demonstration in 1986 again in so-called Soviet Union in Riga happened next to the Monument of Freedom exactly on that date, 14th of June 1986. This is a very memorable day in all our history. 15th of June is also a very important day. Just a year before, because deportations happened in 1941, but in 1940 there happened something very important, what Soviet ideologists, imperial ideologists, if I have to refer to also to previous speakers, and also Soviet historians were trying simply to overshadow and not to tell us, once we have been studying history in Riga or we have been simply living in Soviet Union. Because 15th of June, in the night, 2:30 a.m., there started an attack on 3 border posts of my country from the Russian side by NKVD. In many ways, I can compare that with events of 26th of November of 1939, which you Finns know, which is a Minna incident, when the shelling happened and false flag activity. It's also very similar with an events what Nazi Germany was doing on 31st of August, Gleiwitz, just to start the Second World War, which is also kind of in memories only of those who study. But the Latvian Maslenki incident, which was 3 border positions where NKVD troops were attacking 3 positions, they succeeded to attack on 2 and not on 1. They killed 3 border guards, they killed 2 civilians, the wife of the border guard and a kid, 14 years old, and they captured 37 civilians in our country and brought away to the Soviet Union. What happened the next 2 days is also known to analytics because the Latvian army and prosecutors and investigators, they went, of course, to the border. They understood that the war probably is approaching. There were mining of bridges, mining of border, and then came a Soviet ultimatum. And early 17th of June, our army, unfortunately, made the hugest mistake, or our politicians in those days made the hugest mistake, so they were taking away those mines and opening the border for Russian troops. And for the next 50 and 60 years, we had to explain to our people and to others that, you know, we were not ourselves joining the Soviet Union, but that we were invaded. And that was, in our political history, according to our understanding, one of the largest mistakes what we committed, in combination with events in 1939, because once we look backwards, we consider that our largest mistake was that we did not follow the Finnish pattern, and we did not engage in a warfare like you did in the Winter War, because we lost our country, we lost our freedom, we lost our independence, we lost our people, and we did almost nothing except of this border incident, which I mentioned before, except maybe some other smaller things, and then we know how history proceeded afterwards. But that's enough about history. What about today? And if I'm looking and trying to analyze the Russian side, and if I'm trying to analyze the Western side, what can I say about Russia? We know that Russia internationally is a successor state of the Soviet Union. Yes, they succeeded their position in Security Council, in United Nations, many other things, but once we are speaking about successor state and in heritage or about the Soviet Union crimes and everything what was done, then of course Russia is playing itself non-guilty. And if we compare the Russian mentality as a political mentality, because of course, we have to be careful always to speak about, kind of a collective guilt, because looking back in history, I'm not the person who is cheering to anything which is connected with collective guilt. I want the individual responsibility to be seen, because we cannot judge the nations as such. But still, there is some kind of political culture, a political elite which represents this culture and acts. And if we look to the perspective of Russian elite, of Kremlin's behavior, then usually, when I was meeting with the Russian representatives also years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I was sometimes asking, all right, look, we have seen other empires. We had seen British Empire. We could see German Empire. And they have been passing maybe 10 years, maybe 50 years, maybe 100 years. But after a while, these empires, kind of unwillingly maybe, but they accept that they did something wrong to others. There have been coming excuses from Germans to Namibians and, examples. But can anybody in this auditorium mention where Russian side was accepting that they did anything wrong to anybody in the world? If you bring me such an example and show it, I would be extremely pleased. There is no whatever remorse or guilt or some kind of understanding that maybe we did something wrong. Here in the Western, sorry to say, Protestant culture, sorry to Catholics, but Protestant culture, we always start our life and morning with, what did I do wrong? How could I improve my personal life? How could I, change something in situation and be a better person? I somehow very much long for that sentences and feeling on the Russian side. And when I see these BBC or whatever interviews with Russian citizens now when the second year of the war in Ukraine is going on, I can't hear that. I just hear that all you guys are wrong, all you did something bad to us, and we are the right ones, and somehow you don't love us. And why don't you love us? I mean, it's not understandable. So that's about the Russian side. But I'm not concerned about Russians, because I frequently mention this example still from some Baltic Sea area meeting when I was a foreign minister some 15 years ago, and I was sitting with Sergei Lavrov on a bench, I think it was in Göteborg in Sweden, and drinking Swedish vodka. And in those days we were planning a border agreement between Latvia and Russia. And the border agreement actually was tough on our side, because we were promised a membership in NATO. We are actually, at those days, we already were members of NATO and in the EU, and our previous politicians were telling that we will accept the border de facto. And de facto border meant actually that we lose about 2,000 square kilometers, including the place of that Maslenki incident area where our people died and where some of them were buried, that we simply give it away to Russia just to have a border. And in those days we were still hoping that, okay, we signed this border agreement and then somehow our relationship with Russia will improve and we can trade and do. And then Sergei Lavrov was telling to me, Artis, actually tomorrow in European Council we are starting this procedure about human rights abuses against the Russians in Latvia, how all you are these fascists. And I told him, listen, but it's not true, that actually it's not what we are doing. And he told me, Artis, it's nothing personal. It's just politics. That's how we do. It's nothing personal if somebody is killed in Bucha or Irpin, Maybe for somebody it's personal, but for them it's nothing personal, because this is how empire works. There is no remorse, there is no self-consciousness. They will continue to act like this. So I don't think, and many philosophers tell that you cannot change the world around. The sun is rising and sun is setting. The thing is how you perceive this. So if we cannot change the Russian elite, we probably have to change ourselves. And now I'm turning to our allies. What did we do wrong as a West, or since Latvia and Finland is a West too, actually there is also a sidestep, because whenever I meet somebody in Brussels from time to time, they tell, oh, you come there from Eastern Europe. And then I tell them, look, but you know, some parts of Finland are a little bit more to the east than Latvia. Do you ever call Finland in Eastern Europe? No, that's different. That's not east. So actually Eastern Europe, in many people's minds still, also in our European Union, means not a geography. It means something else. What is something else? Try to figure out yourself. But anyway, it's a difficult thing to persuade our allies. And we as a Baltic countries, we were not compared only to the bumblebees, we were compared also to troublemakers. Because when somebody was buying gas, when some former chancellors were becoming members of Gazprom and were trying to make great deals and business, then we were the guys which were kind of reminding that maybe it's not a good thing. You know, maybe Copenhagen criteria about corruption applies not only to the new countries, the new ones somewhere, you know, but also to the old ones. And what about all these business deals? But we were troublemakers because we kind of inherently were accepted as somebody who hates Russians. Oh, we don't hate Russians, actually. Russians were never our enemies, you know. We have been for hundreds of years actually fighting Germans, not Russians. So Russians were not important to us until 1941. But somehow, the 1 year of occupation in 1940 actually changed the mindset in Latvia, and they forgot immediately about several hundred years under the German boot, and somehow they figured out that the Russians are much worse. So imagine what you must do to make equal 1 year to, let's say, 500-600 years. So that must be something kind of valuable what you can do with this. So in any case, the situation changed 24th of February last year, because then suddenly everybody were calling to us. All the news agencies and all the analytics were asking, what do you think? What happened? How did it happen? And the thing is that we were not reading the street signs, as some famous group, Queen, was singing, you know, read the street signs. What did we do in 2008 when in Bucharest, when we gave this kind of a discussion about the future possible NATO membership of Georgia and Ukraine? What did we do in 2008 when Russians invaded Georgia? What did we do when Russians invaded Ukraine and Donbass in 2014? Minsk agreement? What my good friend in those days, Walter Steinmeier, also was very much supporting. Everybody understood that the Minsk agreement is just in the one direction. It's favoring Russian interests. So finally this call came in 2022. But even then, once we speak about calls, we should remember also phone calls. How many phone calls were coming before? And looking from our perspective, of course, we saw that these phone calls are not exactly the ones which can persuade someone who already knows what to do. You know, once you are in a ring, either a boxer or a martial arts fighter or something else, it's not a question to all the time to think what the guy will do. You must know what you will do in the correct time. And this is what we were missing. We were delayed. We did not read the street signs. We did not invest in our defense. We did not invest in our deterrence. We did not invest in our military in Europe. So basically, we de-armed the continent because our troops, as a European troops, are simply incapable actually to do many things that we should do. How many factories of ammunition exists in Europe? In how many countries? How many countries have powder factories now? How many weapons and ammunition we can provide? And yes, with my maybe a bit sharp tongue, I made some not good friends in some countries, including maybe some bigger countries in Europe. But I still remember my talk with the German defense minister on a flight to Munich Security Conference just a week before the war started, before the Russian invasion started. And I was amazed that I was bashed that why do I speak so frankly and openly publicly? Because we politicians, we could do this, you know, between us. But if I do it between us, if I don't speak in conferences, if I don't speak to media, if I don't speak to the public, then nothing will happen. Because we live in a liberal democratic world, and the public must know the truth. Because the worst thing is, politically, what already first political scientist in Europe, Niccolo Machiavelli, told, that we live in illusion. We cannot afford to live in illusion because, and this is what is important to say, we live in the war. At this time, we are in the war. Finland is in the war. Latvia is in the war. All the West is in the war. Yes, we do not fight ourselves yet. We have time because Ukrainians bought with their blood time for us. So if we are in the war, then you should act like in the war. And the activity is not there. Because once Estonians or Latvians or Lithuanians, and we were coming with proposals to deliver weapons, to give it something to Ukrainians. Usually it happens like this. And I'm a political realist. I'm not just a dreamer, I understand that, things are usually in life going slower than they should go. But usually once we tell that you have to do this, then first is no. Then there is a thinking. Then there is a meeting. Then 3-4 months pass, and then it happens. But how many people die in 3-4 months? How many positions do we lose? For instance, also these very well-known arguments that, well, but if we do something more, then don't we escalate? We already did escalate. We escalated in 2008 when we did nothing almost, when Russians invaded Georgia. We escalated in 2014 when Crimea and Donbas was taken. That was escalation. Because what is escalation in Kremlin's mind? The escalation is weakness in your eyes. If you look into the eyes of your opponent and if you blink, then you escalate. That is a simple truth. So now, what we heard also, and also our media is telling, Ukrainians lost 15 Bradleys and Americans told that they are immediately sending back those 15 Bradleys. The right answer would be, you killed 15 Bradleys? Tomorrow we will give you 150 Bradleys. You kill 150, you will get 1,000 Bradleys in a place. You want a nuclear war? All right. Try it. Right. We have bombs as well. That is the only answer what empire, what aggressor understands. There is no other way. Now, I know that time is running out, but I have a lot of things I can maybe later on still mention about how we should act and what was maybe improperly done on our side. But even if I sound a kind of pessimistic, because remember, we are at war and we still don't act fully as in the war. I'm also an optimist. And if I look to the Baltic Sea region, security and defense, what conference today is talking about, I would say that there is a great future in front of us. Because I believe in a great future. Because we already did miracles. And the miracles will happen. And peace will come. And what is the future? The future is more intense collaboration between the Nordic, Baltic states, Poland and Ukraine. Of course, UK, including also the initial roots of such organizations like JEF. And of course, transatlantic relationship with US and Canada. This is the future of the region. I think we should follow the advice of an old fox, Churchill, never miss a good crisis. This crisis is really great because it's very deep. It's a war. But we will win this war. And for Russians, actually, it's very important to lose this war. Because, you don't learn from victories. You learn from losses. Maybe they don't understand yet that they should lose for their own benefit. But that's very, very positive for them to lose this war. Because then maybe they will start to think themselves. Of course, I'm not such a dreamer that I would think that Russians will ever become a liberal democracy like Europe. They will never be like this. Forget about that. But at least they will lose an appetite because we need simply 2 goals to reach. One goal is to make Russians incapable to attack Finland, Latvia or Poland or Ukraine. And the second more difficult goal, but still I'm also a bit dreamer, is that they lose an appetite to attack somebody. And to lose an appetite and to lose a capability, you need to lose a war before. We are at war. We have to win this war. And let's not mingle those words in our mouths. We are at war. Remember that. Thank you.
So,
Thank you, sir. Nice wordings.
Well done, mate.
Joo, kiitoksia.
Yeah, please.
Your Excellencies, our respective audience here in the venue and online, good afternoon. On my behalf, welcome to the 15th Annual Baltic Sea Region Forum in Turku, Finland. I am a military professor, Marko Palokangas, from the National Defense University of Finland, and I'm so privileged and honored to chair this first panel as a moderator with the theme Changing Security Environment in Northern Europe. First, I will introduce each of our respective panelists and give them a couple of minutes to tell their own perspective or view to the main theme. Then we will discuss within the main theme with 3 different sub-themes, which are changing security on a Baltic Sea region and the situation after Finland and Swedish accession to NATO. The second sub-theme is spillover effects on Russia's war in Ukraine to the Baltic Sea area and region. And the third one is strategic changes in the Baltic Sea region and High North area as well. But with these words, welcome to the first panel. I'm very honored to introduce our wide range expertise in the panel and all the panelists, and each of one, please take a couple of minutes to introduce your own perspective. The first panelist from my right is Oleksiy Arestovich, the former advisor from the Office of the President of Ukraine. Please, sir.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I came here to do 2 things. First of all, to say thank you so much for your assistance for Ukraine, and to discuss more ways for assistance, what we have to do more for assist to Ukraine and all ourselves. And second one, to tell you how Ukrainians feel ourselves right now. And we feel ourselves quite difficult, because we fight for the 4 front lines. First is just a material front line in Zaporizhia, in Bakhmut region, something like this. Second one, in the interior war, to catch a chance to reconstruct Ukraine, to make Ukraine more modern, more West, more openly, more democratic, and fight corruption and something like this. And wartime is the best time to do this for me. And third war is winning the Russian picture of the world, because Russians have to be win in this direction, and they have to understand, Russians and Chinese and Iranians have to understand the attempt to seize territory in 21st century, to attempt to provide imperial politics, have to be loose. If they not, they will continue to attack all of us. And fourth front line is a front line for the Western heart and minds. Because now Ukrainians is uncertainty about a lot of things. We would know if we will be provided more weapons. We would know if we will be taken in NATO and European Union. We would know would West stay with us, and we would know, would West completely understand the war, Russia, China and Iran providing war against all collective West, not only in Ukraine. We're just on the front line, but as Latvian Minister of Arvis says, we are all in the war. And if I have one more 5 minutes after that, I try to explain why we are all in the war. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And the second panelist is Andrei Falkovsky, retired Lieutenant General, Senior Fellow of Pulaski Foundation from Poland. Sir.
First of all, thank you very much for this invitation. I remember 20 months ago when I had a lecture for a group of students here about security in the Baltic Sea, VTC. We say to each other with Kari, Liuhto, that see you next time. And he said, next time we meet, and this is now, Finland would be in NATO. Wow, what a prediction. Nobody knew that time that that would happen so quickly, but this is the time. If we are talking about the situation in the northern area of Europe, I'm always looking at the military planning, place, time, and resources. So if we are talking about place, it was alluded by the minister that in the past, my country and the other countries of the region with the former communist history were treated as the East, and Finland and Sweden was part of the West. Now, the situation a little bit is changing, and I was glad to hear when the mayor of the town, Mrs. Artis, said that we have the war in the middle of Europe. We should consider this geographical relativity here, that everything is relative and the borders are relative, but we have to consider the Europe as a whole, and the place is very difficult. My country, at least, is the only NATO and European Union country which borders both country attacked, our brothers in Ukraine, and country which is aggressor, Russia. There are no other countries of European Union and NATO. That is why we want this war to be won. However, this is also a very relative term, as you know, because at the end of the war, nobody is winning. Everybody is losing. We have to realize that, and you cannot overturn Russia with one finger. Although we have some successes in the front, we have effective attacks from Ukrainian side, but Russia is too strong. This is the biggest country all over the world, and that would be very difficult to change at least the mentality which was mentioned here. I will give you some statistics about the situation. We have a couple of countries in the northern region. Some of them were mentioned. And I would strongly encourage you to look at the global firepower statistics. This is the statistics which consider 60 different factors in assessing the strength of military strength of the countries. Russia is the second, US is the first, of course. But the other countries are from that region is Poland is on the 20th position. Surprise, surprise, Germany 25. Norway 35, Sweden 37, Denmark 50, Finland 51, Lithuania 93, Latvia 95, Estonia 104. And another surprise, Ukraine is 15 in these statistics. Is it enough to win the war with Russia? Economic war, the military war, and so on and so forth. I will leave you with that for a moment. I hope we will come back to that discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. And the third panelist is Mr. Glenn Grant. He's a Lieutenant Colonel retired from the British Army, currently a defense and security reform expert, Baltic Sea Security Foundation, Latvia. Sir.
Thank you. For those who don't know, I was British Defence Attaché in Finland in a time when NATO was not even a subject that you could talk about. It shows how old I am. It was 20 years ago. And I tried then to talk about it, and it was interesting how much poking in the chest I got that this would never happen. But it has. It has. And we now have a completely new shape in Northern security. And it really is a completely new shape. It's a geographically new shape with the entry of Finland into NATO. And fingers crossed, the entry of Sweden into NATO fairly quickly, although we know there are troubles with that at the moment still. And of course the Baltic Sea is now a NATO sea. General nodding, shaking his head. But it's a NATO sea, and it wasn't before. It's now actually in the middle of the northern area. It's not the boundary. It's not the eastmost boundary of Finland, and it's not the westmost boundary of NATO for the Baltic states. There is a big change there. So now NATO extends effectively from Belarus across to the Atlantic. Norway is now part of the same space as the Baltic states. It didn't think about that before. It's probably not thinking about it now, but it is, because it's now the logistic hub entry point should Russia do anything on the Baltic states. So the world, that space has changed. If you look at the NATO website, it comes up with this wonderful thing, an expression, an integrated military command structure. Well, I can tell you that the command structure for the northern region is anything but integrated. It's disaggregated. And that is a real problem. And it's a real problem for Finland as we sit here, because Finland is right in the middle of it. It's in the middle of a disaggregated military space. When you talk about command structures, you talk about commanders, because a command structure requires a commander. Who are the commanders? Well, they're all different. Land, sea, air, different thinking, different structures, different shapes. There is no aggregation in that. There's no aggregation of commanders. There is no commander for the northern space who actually can manage the planning and the detail of everything that goes on there. And my last point I would make is that for Finland and Sweden, there needs to be a culture change in thinking, because you are no longer as you were. You are now part of something different. Both countries are part of something different, and that means thinking differently about a whole host of things, from logistics to boundaries to friends and relatives in this respect. And that's got to take place. And if it doesn't, actually all the other things like commanders will be very, very difficult. Commanders and command arrangements. So I leave you with those thoughts as a start.
Thank you, sir. And the fourth panelist is Mr. Rasmus Hindrén from the Hybrid Co, the European Centre of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, Head of International Relations. Sir.
Thank you, Marko. As I knew pretty much what colleagues will be talking about, I decided to take a little bit of a different approach and raise a couple of points here at the beginning related to the philosophical change in our threat environment and looking at some of the newer threat vectors that we can identify. And this is not only about the Baltic Sea region, but it's definitely applicable here in this region as well. So what we are basically seeing as we look to the future is we're likely to have this period of war without war, as was alluded to earlier. There is war in Europe for sure, but the situation likely to prevail in our neighborhood is this constant tense situation, strategic competition. Definitely Russia remains a key threat actor in that context, but we also need to look at other actors, including China. There is an element of democracies versus autocracies as part of all this. Traditional threats and traditional capabilities matter, let's make that clear, but they are part of the same puzzle. Everything is interconnected. Also those two threat vectors that I'm going to point out here just to get us started. The first one is related to our dependence on digital infrastructure. We need to consider this whether we're talking about our dependence on space-based capabilities or whether it's the role that the artificial intelligence is going to play. We're going to see it first in the information domain, and then we're going to see it across all the different domains. Just the sheer speed in which things will happen will overwhelm our C2 systems along with everything else. The other point to raise here is what we could call cognitive interference or cognitive attacks. This relates to disinformation operations, something that we are experiencing in all of our countries on a daily basis, which are aimed at confusing us, disrupting our processes, overwhelming us, stupefying us, basically. And this is done in order to undermine our trust in authorities, exacerbate social divisions, and just relativize truth as well. So this is another thing which I think we need to be mindful of, also looking to the future. And again, this is not something separate from the rest of the security environment. It's all part of the same problematic. But I'm going to leave you with that and happy to elaborate as we get to the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Rasmus. Our fifth panelist is Mr. Patrik Oksanen from Sweden. He's a senior fellow, Stockholm Free World Forum, member of the Royal Swedish Academy of War Sciences and the Royal Swedish Society of Naval Sciences. Sir, welcome.
Thank you, and I'm very happy to be here in Turku. And if I'm going to mention three things that perhaps you might remember by the time we have coffee, I would say language, hybrid, and China. And I'm going to elaborate a little bit. Language. We heard here Rasmus talked about what's happening in our heads and so on. And here sometimes we tend to fool ourselves in order how we frame things and how we describe things. And I'm going to give you one little warning notice, and perhaps Glenn would like to have that discussion later with me about that. And I want to point out that phrases like NATO Sea, NATO Inner Sea, or NATO Lake for the Baltic Sea, that is a bit of a trouble, because then we tend to think, oh, well, it's fixed. Because that is how our brain works. It's not fixed. I mean, the huge importance in the region's history, according to Matti Klinne, Finnish historian, is 1703, St. Petersburg's foundation changed a lot here. So the Baltic Sea will be continuously contested by Russia. It's a key strategic interest. Second, hybrid. Rasmus mentioned a lot. Just add what the former President Medvedev said the other day, and he stated that it should be perfectly okay for Russia now to start to cut Western cables, because as a consequence of Western countries supporting Ukraine. So we are in a situation where we could expect more things to happen in the hybrid arena. It could be information arena, but also in the physical arena. And then, of course, we have the whole issue about the blowing up of the Nord Stream. So hybrid, second one that is important. The third one, China. Do not miss the larger picture. Climate change, open up Arctic. China is also investing heavily in the fleet. and by 2030 the prognosis is that they will be 50% larger than the US fleet. Of course, quality and quantity, but as Stalin said, quantity is a quality in itself. So even if the Chinese Navy is not as efficient as the US Navy, the numbers are there. And if you think about China moving into the Arctic, take 10% of the Chinese fleet moving it into the Arctic, then together with the Russian Arctic fleet, you have a formidable force, and on the same time, US will be stuck in the Pacific with their resources. And then you could create a blockade in the North Sea that would stop trade into the Baltic Sea with huge impact and consequences for Finland. So that is my 3 points for you to remember. Language, hybrid, China. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrik. And our sixth panel from my left is Mr. Juha Pyykkönen. He's a retired brigadier general and representing the security analysis of Finland. Sir, welcome.
Thank you, Marko, and thanks for the invitation. Great to be here. I was amending my introductory remarks after hearing what my dear colleagues were saying. My approach to this topic is simply that the past change, three things: the US pivot to Asia, Russia arming heavily, additional armaments and so on, and we, the West, disarming heavily. And this was the situation when whatever of those 2008 Georgia or 2014 Donbas and Crimea or Ukraine last year took place. So that's where I actually, this is my point of departure. So in short, it's a transition of security system in Europe from cooperation to competition to confrontation to conflict. So 4 phases. Now we are in conflict phase, if you ask me. The last ultimate is war phase. We aren't there yet. But if Ukraine will lose, then we'll all be in that position up to our necks. Additional remarks, mostly based on what Director Pabriks said earlier. Security situation is changing constantly, all the time, as I just described. What to do and how to do it, I mean more for support of Ukraine. And my actually added value to this discussion could be that to me it looks that Russia, who initiated this in some 2006 or 7, this current situation gradually orchestrated by Russia. In other words, the initiative has been in the hands of Russia, not we, the West. We have been just following and in a reactive mood, and now we know where it leads us. So, to me, and I hope I'm right, Russia is now finally losing initiative due to the fact that it's happening on the expenses of Ukrainians, less on expenses of ours. So now is the time to put our utmost effort to support Ukraine. Otherwise, we'll be in the ultimate phase called war. This is the way I read the topic. Thank you, Marko.
Thank you and welcome, sir. Last but not least, Mr. Petri Toivonen is our 7th panelist. He is currently as a Secretary General of the National Security Committee of Finland and also Colonel as a military rank. Yeah. Please welcome.
Thank you, Marko, and pleased to be here. Well, I actually have also maybe 3 points how to approach this item in the panel. Okay, as I'm from the Security Committee and representing some of the ideas from there, Of course, I will highlight our comprehensive security model here in Finland as our preparedness model with whole of society aspect. And when our topic is to change in the security environment, some people have been asking me that how has it affected us and the security model and what we are using. I have said that basically very little, because it has been made for also this kind of a situation in the past. It's a preparedness model, and it means that we need everybody in a country involved in somehow in preparedness work. As Mayor said here, that it's the idea that we have the officials and we have the business life and the NGOs involved, and also all the citizens have some kind of a role in it. These 4 basic elements. But what we have learned as well in recent years that it's not enough. We also need the 5th element and the enhanced international cooperation on preparedness field. We need this kind of whole of society preparedness in different countries and to make a strong chain of resilient countries. Resilience building is a national business, it's a national responsibility, but we can help each other in doing so. Secondly, preparedness is a constant work, it's never ready. And once a while I've been asked that, okay, Mr. Toivonen, what's our biggest threat at the moment? And maybe they are referring to some countries or so, but I have been answering that I think our biggest threat is that we see that everything is in order in the preparedness field. It's the constant work. And it means that we need to educate, we need to train, we need to exercise, and we need to test our system to find the weak points or the gaps where we need to fill and do some homework. We must make people understand why preparedness work is important, and that helps to make the politicians understand as well and give support for this idea. Maybe finally, as referring to hybrid, what was mentioned here is that, and what's happening in Baltic Sea area as well at the moment. It's good to be awake and ready. And in Finland, I think we don't need to fear. In Finland, we are not under any immediate threat, but it's good to be awake and ready and check that all these precautionary issues are in order when we go towards the summer. There is a constant cyber attacks, there is constant hybrid influence against us, and it's good to be ready that something might happen during the summer as well. And when we are well prepared, it's much easier to live this happy life, what the mayor referred here in the opening speeches as well. Be prepared in all levels, municipalities, regions, and also in governmental levels. And finally, we have been doing our best to help Ukraine, and we definitely will continue in this road in the future as well.
Thank you, Petri. So, dear audience, as you can see, we have quite wide range expertise here in the panel. And now I'd like to dive into the first sub-theme, which is more or less the changing security on the Baltic Sea region, the security environment, and especially the situation with Finland in NATO and Sweden, a little bit pending, but hopefully very, very, very soon accession to NATO. What kind of effects can we see now? Is it changing thinking within these two countries? Is it changing perspectives or readiness thinking within the NATO? And I would like to start with General Falkowski with first comment.
Sweden is not yet the member of NATO. Hopefully very soon, if the Turkey and some other countries agree. First of all, I would like to mention this notion of Baltic Sea as the internal sea of NATO. Baltic Sea was internal sea of European Union, but nobody was mentioning that. All the countries around were European Union, and I hugely am against such a notion that NSC is internal sea, because we are creating something which is too bad. We are branding simply the countries. Like I don't like the name, for instance, Baltic countries. I'd rather prefer to talk about independent Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, not as a group, because in the past we're branding Eastern countries, Western countries, somebody was better, somebody was worse, and so on and so forth. So we have to still remember we have 9 countries around, including Russia, and I would be happy to say that Baltic Sea is surrounded by 9 democratic, including Russia, countries. Of course, the eastern flank, eastern border of NATO would be extended about 1,300 kilometers, and Russians probably will have to adjust. How? I don't know. Maybe they will divide again the western military district into St. Petersburg or Leningrad military district, whatever. But that would be very, very big challenge for Russians to have the NATO country across the border. Of course, we are saying that Finland, Sweden is already prepared to be the full member of NATO, that they are meeting all the NATO standards, whatever that is. But as a matter of fact, nobody is fully prepared. I spent in Brussels 12 years on 3 different positions in 3 different times, and I would say that each country has individual set of equipment, individual way of operating, and so on and so forth. And geography matters, as it was said before. Big challenge for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. So another perspective from the older NATO member, from the British side, and also representing Latvia side.
Thank you.
Sir, Glenn.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd like to just jump back onto to what the General was saying about branding. I mean, I think branding is not what I was intending. It's the importance of understanding that area is your space, whether you like it or not now, because Finland is on one side and Latvia, Estonia are on the other. Discount Lithuania around the corner for the moment. And therefore, it's a common space. And in that common space, we need a common sea picture properly, with everybody understanding what is going on there. We need a common command and control, I believe, for the sea. And probably a common standing force of NATO that is there all the time, like we used to have with the old Baltic standing force. Probably a force commanded by a Swede or commanded by a Finn, so that people take it actually seriously in the area. Not someone like, at the moment, a British mine hunter coming in once every now and again, or an American ship coming in every now and again. We need to be serious about this space, is my view. And because I think that if we don't, then it will be taken as a sign of weakness by Russia, and he will see us as blinking. Oh, I can still do what I like there, and I can blow up pipelines, and I can blow up the internet, and I can blow other things up. If we're not there ready, prepared for that, that is exactly what will happen.
Thank you. So let's jump into the Finnish perspective then. Please, Juha Pyykänen, if you will.
Yes, surely. Thank you. Let me think about it first. But as a response to Glenn, I fully agree with the requirement, vital requirement, existential even, that we need to develop our thinking as NATO members. We have been proud of doing everything on our own. If somebody is offering assistance, we have had a habit of saying no thanks, we do it alone and we'll cope with it, no problem. Whether this was true in a crisis situation, we could have or we couldn't have managed on our own. We don't know that. So now it's time to do it properly together with our allies. And this is totally different. Comparison with Sweden is revealing. If you ask a Swede, earlier times, even today, would you accept some assistance in a crisis situation, I mean severe military existential crisis? They would have been happy to say yes, and then utilizing this situation. So in this regard, Finland is less prepared for being a proper NATO ally, giving and taking. This is a mental issue, and it takes a long time to improve. About this change, not everything is changing, as Pete just reminded from in his opening remarks. What is not changing here is actually that our planning has been based on threat scenarios, the Finnish defense planning, which is different from money-based planning. So if you have this amount of money, you can purchase that sort of a military devices. This is not the way Finland has been doing this. There was a short period of time that it was in the making, but then, of course, somebody realized that this is not the way for a non-allied small nation neighboring Russia between Kola Peninsula and St. Petersburg. So threat-based is equal what we will learn in Vilnius, how NATO will see their planning assumptions, and this will be revealed, I hope, in Vilnius mid-July, in less than a month. And this will again unite Finnish military defense planning to the ways and procedures, modalities in NATO, more or less similar. And this is easier for Finland to cope with NATO. So this is the same. And we have been focusing on let's say, conventional warfare, which has not been the way of developing their capabilities in NATO before let's say, 2022, last year. Now they are changing. We don't have to change so much because they are coming towards our way of thinking, how to defend ourselves militarily. So two things that have not changed: the basic assumptions how to do defense planning, which means threat-based, and then of course the capability development similarly, that you need conventional capabilities to do the job and get the deterrence on a sufficient level, then you will avoid waging war. So these two things will remain the same.
Thank you. What about, does Swedish perspective or thinking about when you are a NATO member change or differs the Finnish?
Well, we are both prisoners of history that forms our perception, and both Finland and Sweden have history to fight against when it comes to perception in grasping the new reality as a member of an alliance. And we will release a paper within a week or so from Stockholm Free World Forum where we point out that this psychological hindrance in our thinking is perhaps the greatest challenge to the membership, because we need to think about ourselves in a different way and look at geography in a different way. If we look at war planning from the Cold War in the Swedish case, and the same with the Finnish case, the war started when someone moved into our border, read Russia of course, and then the war started, and we reacted by trying to form our forces and beat it. And now the geography is 360 degrees, and it's a larger region also if we look at it closely, because Arctic and Baltic Sea region, that is one arena. We should view it as one arena. And I think the consequences of grasping that will have a huge impact when we realize it in the debate, because we need to think differently accordingly to our planning and our resources and how we do things.
Any additional comments or perspectives? Please, Oleksi.
When the Finland and Sweden came in NATO, Russia will lose 300 years achievements, which is from Peter the Great achievements. They open to the window to the Europe and start to act in Baltic Sea region. Russians will never recognize this situation. Never recognize the situation. They will act. The Russian strategy is to they think in they founded on one simple thought. Russia is more strength than any NATO countries except United States if they concentrate just only these countries. And first, Russia attacked its NATO integrity. Russian strategy is divide and win. Russian strategy to win NATO by the parts, win West by the parts, win the European Union by the parts. And they will concentrate their efforts just on the Finland, just on the Sweden, just on the Baltic states, Poland, Germany, any Baltic states. And Russians think about war in Ukraine is the best way in this situation, in this condition, to attack NATO integrity. They're thinking about war in Ukraine like a chance to win NATO integrity. First of all, they're thinking about Georgia. They win Georgia and NATO integrity by the parts. Now it's Ukraine. What it will be after, we don't know. And we have to face Russia more and more in NATO integrity than they could imagine. The one way to contain Russia is one way to contain Russia, and West people and authorities do not thinking about defeat Russia as we think, we Ukrainians, but okay, just contain Russia. To face them more and more integrity, more than we can imagine now, more than they can imagine now. Only when they face this integrity, this level of integrity, they could be stopped and start to thinking how win this level of integrity. They never stopped. Never stopped. Never recognized the results of closing the Baltic Sea.
Thank you. Then Petri Toivonen.
Thank you. And referring to Juha, I totally agree. I think that the biggest change is between our ears. What's happening? That it's about the mindset when now joining the NATO and how does it affect our preparedness. And even as a NATO member, we will still look after our comprehensive security model. That's for sure. It was made for decades against or for the kind of a standalone situation if first Soviet Union or Russia would have attacked Finland. And we saw each other as something very small and spiky animal living close to the big bear. And being small, that's understanding the realism that where we face. But being spiky, it makes for the bear very not so cost effectively try to eat somebody. And now when we are part of the NATO, I think we have even bigger spikes. And we don't need to feel or we don't need to fear that we would be left alone if something happens. And to be frank, I feel much more comfortable this summer than last summer, and on the preparedness field. And before April, when joining the NATO, we were talking about the threshold, that our model is a threshold. Now we can still have a threshold as a reminder on the backbone, but now we need to learn to use the deterrence in our vocabularies. Maybe that's so. It's about the mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasmus.
Yes, thanks. Just want to echo what colleagues said already about the mindset and the culture. I think exactly that's what's going to happen and needs to happen in Finland. But generally, with Finland acceding to NATO and Sweden as well, what's going to happen is it's going to strengthen the conventional deterrence in the region. It's also going to strengthen nuclear deterrence in the region because of the US nuclear umbrella. Hopefully it will lead to a deterrence by denial instead of the current system, which is more based on deterrence by punishment. But what will also happen is that it will drive the Russian activities to other spheres, to other domains. There will be a constant probing of vulnerabilities, the old classic probing with a bayonet logic. So it's a question of whether we can identify and plug those gaps and find those vulnerabilities before the adversaries are taking advantage of that. So we're back to critical infrastructure, we're back to cyber, we're back to information domain. And also we need to look at the enablers. The adversaries most likely will not take us head on where we are strong, including in the military sense. So they will look at the enablers of those capabilities. So we're back to talking about the C2 system, we're back to talking about supply chains, the technological base, and also about the political decision making, and not just nationally but also internationally. Look for the weakest links in Europe if it's a question where there needs to be an unanimous decision either within the EU or NATO.
Thank you. Don't take this wrong, but I'm so happy that you mentioned nuclear deterrence and nuclear weapons. I think one of the things, at least for us as a Finns, it's very hard to talk about the nuclear threat, deterrence or weapons, but we have to remember that Russia is actually currently moving the nuclear weapons to Belarus and using nuclear weapon as a deterrence theories way all the time. Remembering the nuclear weapon is there, it could be used, but is it going to be used? We all hope and know it's pretty far away. Patrick.
Yeah, I just would like to do an add-on because you mentioned it's important to look at the national, international level, but I would like to add also the regional and local government levels here, because they are perhaps the most vulnerable here when we look at hybrid threats, because they don't have the understanding, the knowledge, and they are, at least from my Swedish perspective, walking into traps all the time, to put it very bluntly and frank. And we have an example in Västerås where the Moscow Patriarchate built a big church 600 meters from the airport. And that is a story that we could go into depth at some other time. But we see also, for example, Karlshamn, the municipality that let Nord Stream use the harbor for pipes. In Finland, it was not a discussion really about security and Nord Stream. In Sweden, it was huge, and the government said, you should not do this, municipalities. But because we have a strong law defending local government's rights to act independently, they could say to the government, well, we don't care, we take the money. And of course this has now changed in our legislation. But just to point out, regions and local governments are weak spot here.
Thank you. So maybe we can say that the key words are the mindset. Juha mentioned offering and receiving, the balancing, the whole environment are the key things in the Baltic Sea region. But let's jump into the very, very current situation of Ukraine, and especially the spillovers and effects of the Russia's war in Ukraine ongoing to the Baltic Sea region and the whole Europe. And I would like to start with Oleksiy. What do you see are the main spillover effects at the moment with the whole Europe?
For Ukrainians, the main battlefield we have to win is the win to change of Western minds. Because we see the strictly link between how Western authorities and people thinking and what Russia could to do. Because Russia always orientate for ability of NATO to hold them, to contain them, to win them. And now Russia, what is Russia right now? The West can't to make decision what they want to do with Russia, contain or defeat. What they want to do with Russia, just only Ukraine. What we sit in Kiev and whole Ukraine, we're sitting under the cruise missiles, which is came every day, every night, 2 months. This last 2 months, they came every night. We lost 20 people just for 2 days. And what we hear from the West, we don't know, do we need Ukraine in NATO? We still don't know, have we defeat Russia or not, or contain? We still do not know, will Ukraine have to be provide enough weapon or equipment for this counter-offensive, or maybe not for second, third. Maybe we have to freeze the conflict. Maybe we have to press Ukraine for some negotiations. And how Russians hear this? They're thinking, okay, first of all, NATO lost in Iraq. After that, Afghanistan. Now before that, Georgia. Now is the time for Ukraine. After it will be time for Baltic states, for Finland, for Sweden, for Poland, and another one countries. We all together from the eastern flank in Europe. We all together completely understand, we have emotional and historical experience to deal with Russia. Finland people completely understand what it means war with Russia. And but when we spoke with allies and partners from far Europe, the old Europe, so call it, it's not so completely understandable for us. All Ukrainians completely understand that months ago, after this day, in the Vilnius summits, we Ukrainians will face a cold shower. No calendar plan to enter in NATO. No, I don't know, no, just no security guarantees probably. Because we hope we will be in NATO, but we worry very much about intermediate period between this day and the day we enter in NATO. And all we have to hear in the Vilnius summit is probably more weapon, but how much more weapon? As Artis says, when we lost 15 Bradleys, what we see now, we're dealing with this counteroffensive just against Western military doctrines. No doctrines thinking about we could gather in the preparing defense of our enemy without superiority, air superiority and fire superiority. We not still understand if we have F-16. Russians count this one way. The NATO is too weak to win Russia. The NATO is too weak to contain Russia. The NATO still not understand the Russia fight with NATO, not with us. They divided NATO integrity and choose the Ukraine for the weak point of the NATO. They do it with Talibs to kill NATO soldiers in Afghanistan. They do these things with Islamic State. They do these things in Iraq, and they do it together with Iranians, and they do it together with China. We supply them by ideologically, politically, and economically. And I think the most careful eyes looking at the Vilnius summit, it will be China's and Iranian eyes. And I don't understand, and then I don't even, if the China will provide Russia more properly after the Vilnius summit, when they saw the NATO not so in support of Ukraine in the strategical level, still no answer, you will be a NATO member. And if we want to contain Russia, it's a great front line from the Arctic oceans, Baltic Sea and Black Sea region. This is the only way to contain, to hold the line from the Arctic region to Mediterranean Sea. No another way to hold the Russians. And Without Ukraine, it's impossible. Any results of this war, if Ukraine it will be not in NATO and European Union, Russians, Iranians and Chinese are recognized like a win. It could be semi-win for them, quarter win for them, but it will be great temptations to during this strategy. This is a problem.
And one thing, adding to your comment, is that we have to bear in mind that the war has been ongoing for 9 years.
Yeah.
This is just the second phase of the war. And another thing, adding to this one, that if you look at the last decades, it has been ongoing even more, with wide spectrum influencing means, ways, and with hybrid warfare or influencing as well. And these are the things that we have to be aware till the next decade.
Just two sentences.
Yes,
I apologize. A Russian model of the thinking is found on the so-called long wheel. Russians' history taught them very properly. If you concentrate your efforts just on the one point and hammer it 300 years, you will win. This all Russia and Putin just checking for elections in the United States and waiting for Mr. Trump came in power. Putin checked the European nations and the NATO nations will tirade about this war. 10 years. This is the second years of the big, huge war. And they think we never give up, Europeans will. And this main thing, the main way of the thinking Russian. And we have to face them, we'll never tire it. And NATO integrity never tire it. We will fight them all necessary as need. And they do not really believe in this. They hope NATO will tire it. And after that, they will concentrate all power, hybrid power, and military power, political power, informational power, cyber power for one country, or different countries that start to win. I could remind all ourselves the attempt to seize the Montenegro parliament by the GRU agents, which was in prison right now. We'll have to start from the blow, for the explosion in the building, and after that shooting in the building. They blow up in the ammo depots in Czech Republic, and they sent drones in NATO airspace during this war in Romania. And they will, how they use any possibility, they get down American drones under the Black Sea. They use any possibility to find the weakness point, because Russian strategy and Russian foreign policy base it just on the military superiority, and Ukraine go down this military superiority right now. We have a historical change to contain Russia together because they can't to re-establish this military power for 10 or 15 years. And we have to concentrate. I am here to fight for the Western way of thinking.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What about the neighboring country of Ukraine, Poland? You must feel the war on the surface, on the skin of your place.
From the beginning of the war, about 11 million Ukrainian citizens crossed our border. Many of them stay. Many of them will stay forever.
And my children.
Probably, yeah. And that's the biggest. That's the biggest what could happen to the population. I understand my friend here with his pain. For NATO, let's say, acting very slowly. But we have to still remember that we are losing the war if we are talking about Stratcom. Russians have not changed their mentality for decades. They are thinking the same. If you take ordinary Russian, it's still Homo Sovieticus in mind, ready for all the devotion, the war effort, and so on. And normal Russian in the countryside side still lives without sewage or other goods. And they agree with that. And the war effort, the insane propaganda hits on us as a spillover effect because they think that is just war. And it is not. We have to do our utmost to convince normal citizens that this is wrong. This is wrong direction. That's the first point. The second point, I'm not going to advocate for Russia. I'm on the Putin's blacklist from 2015, together with 89 Europeans those days. And for barking against Russia probably on different forums. But we have to remember Russian resources. Huge territory, huge living space, raw materials, capability of restoring, rebuilding its military potential and military power. Do you know that Russian armed forces are 100,000 bigger than before the war? Mobilization and so on. I'm not talking about atrocities. Not 100,000 died because they are wounded in action, killed in action, different statistics, different presentations. But I'm talking about the capability to restore the armed forces. They are not stupid, because we are consider them as a stupid bunch of people. They knew about Ukrainian counter-offensive, and they were preparing for this counter-offensive with all their might. They have huge resources. They could put potential places the attack could come from, and then they could react. But I'm talking all the time about convincing normal Russian citizens that this war goes into very wrong direction. And mentality, of course. Changing mentalities is not happening overnight. Russian generals are thinking the same. For them, the life of the soldiers means nothing. Soldiers is only worth something when he dies. And that would be very, very difficult to change. Over.
Yes, and thank you. You mentioned the environment in Russia. You mentioned also the resources. And this is one of the main questions have been constantly revealing, at least our experts in Finland, that when is this war is going to be end? And that's one of the million-dollar questions. But more important within in that question is that can you put the right words to get the right answer? And there is no right answer, of course, but about the resources, as we see, I think more or less we think about the Russians' grand strategy at the moment in the war is that it's going to be prolonging the war because it relies still on the weakening or decreasing Western community's support to Russia. And it's about resources.
Okay, thank you. We talked about the spillover effects amongst us. Not only the Baltics or Finns or Nordics, it's all around. At least all the EU and NATO member states and all the European states in general. Two spillover effects which has not been mentioned yet. First is that this information flow stemming from this illicit war aggression by Russians towards Ukrainian needs two things: communication at all levels. Stratcom was mentioned, but also on the lower level, because people are aware of this and they don't actually have only we the eldest know how to handle that sort of information. So information at the lower level is vital to keep people aware but not too worried about it. And of course the Stratcom and everything in between communication-wise is worth taking good care of. And then we are better prepared when the ceasefire will happen. The second is controlling measures. I mean, controlling measures regarding arms control and security and building measures need to be re-established, reinvented, and as we had during the Cold War, primarily by the OSCE, Etyj, as we know it in Finnish. So these confidence security building measures need to be reinvented and made operational again, which are now, as we know about the OSCE, unfortunately not functioning. So these two spillover effects I would like to mention. Thank you.
Since you mentioned these measures, do you think that the adversary or Russia is kind of respecting the agreements?
No, unfortunately, I don't. But it's still worth trying. And it was Soviet Union in the first place when the détente started and was implemented. And if Russia is more difficult in this regard as the Soviet Union used to be, I don't think so. So it's doable.
Thank you. And then Petri Toivonen, and after him Rasmus Hinrén. Please, Petri.
Thank you, Marko. About the spillovers, personally, the biggest change after 24th of February last year, after that date, I have never needed to remind politicians about the importance of enhancing our defense capabilities. It was a totally dramatic change after that date. So it's about again, about the mindset, understanding, and the situational awareness. So I try to touch this difficult item maybe from the positive perspective this time from our side. We have been living quite a good many years in Finland, and we have felt comfortable that everything is order. But first COVID-19 showed that not everything is in order in our preparedness, and now this current situation we can do even better ourselves in the future. So understanding it's the big issue what has happened. Mindset of the people that we can do better, and we are actually doing already better some things. For example, in the government talks now, security issues have had a great importance in there as well. Teachers are asking that how could they do better at schools when educating the children about the preparedness issue. Will to defend the country, it's extremely high in Finland. I was visiting garrison yesterday and I saw conscripts there, and when we have seen reservists on the field, no need to motivate people. They understand why they are doing what they are doing. Training exercises, we were talking about the weak points. It's good that we find the weak points before the others do. So in all levels, we need to remind about the training and finding these weak points, and do it also together with our allies. Doing together and building resilience together with our allies it's a building this chain of resilience, which has important means for us if, for example, Russia wants to do something. Able to resist different threats and stand tall together, share our experiences and best practices. This is what has been happening in a recent year now. And it's about the mindset, not just in Finland, but also among the allied nations. Thanks.
And emphasizing the implementation, not just on the paper plans.
Yeah.
Thank you. Rasmus.
Thanks. My first thought was pretty much similar to what Petri was saying, that the first spillover effect was the fact that all over Europe at least there was an increased awareness of the threats emanating from Russia, and in that sense the effect was a strategic blunder for Russia. Second point is on defining actually who is waging war. I mean, Russia uses mixed messaging. On Mondays they talk about special military operation against Ukraine, and on Tuesday they talk about a major war against the West. So they are also muddying the waters intentionally in this sense. Of course, it's also convenient for European politicians sometimes to use terminology like the West, which is not a real actor in itself. So it's also a way to not be directly responding. Another point on escalation, which is a key word, I think, for this part of the discussion. We didn't understand the logic of escalation in this war, in this conflict in the beginning, and that probably made us too careful in our support to Ukraine. Now we understand it a bit better. It's still a complex situation, but I think it's clear that the red lines aren't there where people thought that they were. So there is room for more support to Ukraine. Final point. The EU stepped up in this conflict. I think that was a major effect which will have huge repercussions also in the long-term future in its sanctions against Russia, in its support to Ukraine. That was a major change, and I think we will see that change moving forward in the coming years and decades.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Sir, Glenn Grant first, and then Alexei.
Picking up on the point from Alexei about the sort of the West in a way not really understanding the nature of this whole thing, and I think that that one of the big lessons for me is that countries have to actually question the basic assumptions of what they're doing. I would say that Finland is probably further ahead in this line than the other frontline states. In looking at it, but that you're actually you are questioning yourself about what you're doing, and we heard this, but you are ahead of the others. A lot of the other countries are not questioning the basic assumptions. The first one is money. You've seen that yesterday Biden and Stoltenberg actually said that 2% should be the base line for NATO countries, but that's 2% for the NATO country. Notice, nobody said, plus we need another 1% for Ukraine. So if that 2% is only going in on their own countries, and it's going in on Belgium and Holland and that, where's the extra money coming from for them? Because if we don't actually put another 1% in, or agree that 50% of that 2% goes to Ukraine, we're going to end up needing to spend that more than 2% later on. So that's my first assumption that comes out of what Alex has said. And the second one is societal involvement. Again, Finland, you're ahead of everybody else. You need to relook at some of your base assumptions. But when we talk about societal involvement, there is a major problem across the whole of West and NATO, which is military arrogance. Military arrogance that says we know how to do things, but civilians don't. But promise you, there is not a single military in NATO, not one, that can touch any supermarket for the turnover, the speed of delivery, and the accuracy of the communications that they use to work out what goes on the shelves next for tomorrow. In Britain, Tesco's is working every 15 minutes on logistics. Every 15 minutes they know an update of what's sold and what's got to come next. Find me a military that can manage it in a day, and in some cases a week, and we're actually we're just not touching what civilian and business can do. And all those skills, it's shown from Ukraine. We need them. If we're actually going to beat Russia, we've actually got to use technology to beat them, not just think, well, civilians don't know anything about the military. And I've finished with that last bit, which is about technology, is that it's proven to be vital for battle. But it is an addition to battle, not a replacement. A drone is used by people to kill Russians. It doesn't do it on its own. And the bottom line is, in any war, infantry have to take and hold ground. A drone can't do it for you. An F-35 can't do it for you. A ship can't do it for you. It's infantry. And I'm sorry, and I'm going to say this while Alexei is here, even the Ukrainian government has not understood this. And you need to take that lesson back. You've got to have properly trained and properly equipped infantry if you want to win this war, and you're still a long way away from it. So that lesson is serious. We have to redo basic assumptions.
Thank you. Before Oleksi, I just got breaking news to my ear that we have 10 more minutes time before the coffee break, and do not worry, we will not take the time from your coffee break, so we got extended time. But Oleksi, please.
Just one more point, ladies and gentlemen. This last week probably in Poland, I emphasized third time, in Poland. It was registered some group of members of parliament, probably, I don't remember properly, which is shake a hand of Russian ambassador and says, we will provide more realistic politics with Russia. In Poland, it's completely impossible. It's like in Ukraine right now, but still. Why the Russians hopes for the hybrid methods of the war to attack NATO? Because these hybrid results became a political and a social results. They completely understand they can't lie to the militaries or who completely understand what's happening, what's going on. They want hybrid methods used for just common people. They have to, the Russian doing this hybrid results became a social results, after that became a political results, and public opinion will change to the political opinion. And this way to do Russians. I could imagine in Poland on the second year of the war, it could be registered as such of groups. Somebody not kill Russian ambassador, but shake him hands. But still, we have right now. It's the second war, it's the 7th month of the war. And for me, I would to say the NATO has to increase the ability to react for the hybrid style of the war, hybrid methods, and getting more united, especially in intelligence, counterintelligence activity, hiding operations, and something like this, to be ready to beat in this hybrid methods of war not always. Unavailable will be used against Finland, Sweden, and other Baltic states. Unavailable, they will act. And all NATO countries produce 300,000 and 155 shells per year. Russians use this amount of shells for 5 days of conflict. And they do not believe NATO could provide and contain Russia more and more and more. There's a lot of different things NATO have to think, I think. And thank you so much for possibility to say it.
Thank you.
Side, yes.
Patrik.
I assume this will be my last chance to say anything before the coffee, so I'll throw in a small torch for you to consider during the coffee break. During the Winter War, Swedes took with them 1/3 of the Swedish fighter fleet to northern Finland. Of course, took with the consent of the government. 1/3 of the Swedish fighters were fighting the Soviet army up in northern Finland during the Finnish Winter War. Here we have a solution on the Ukrainian fighter problem. If some people, volunteers, would take some fighters from our air forces and go to Ukraine and use them there, and of course with a good memory of our governments, but as a voluntary force.
Thank you. Yeah. So before the final remarks and the end of the panel, I would like to take one round, very short, with few words. How do you see from your own perspective, approach, what are the main lessons learned, lessons identified, things for the coming future in the Baltic Sea region, in the whole Europe, and in the high north as well. So do not forget the Arctic perspective. So we can start with Petri. Just few words, few key.
In few words, I'm looking forward for the coffee break, but
we have 5 minutes.
All right, but I think I mentioned it a couple of times before. Standing tall together, do cooperation, constant preparedness, and help each other. Continue help to Ukraine. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Juha.
Thank you, Marko. What we haven't really addressed here today is the Arctic or the High North, as you expressed it. We need to recognize that NATO is an underdog in the Arctic, clearly. That's why Finland and Sweden are highly welcomed with all the expertise, know-how in Finland and Sweden. Icebreakers are primarily made by the Finns. US has one, or now the second is in the making, and this is the capability regarding the infrastructure. Russia is at least 1 decade ahead in this competition on Arctic. Who will prevail in Arctic? And they are the winner for the coming decade as well. So we need to think it over and do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick.
Language, hybrid, China.
There you go. Rasmus.
Integration of all the instruments of power. I mean, Russia is doing it, China is doing it, we need to get better in doing it. Not in the same way that Russia and China are doing, but in our own way.
With wide spectrum and comprehensive thinking as well. Yeah. Thank you. Glenn.
Yeah, I think to pick up on that, on your comment, the wide spectrum, I think we actually need to understand that the world is now taking sides, and we are doing too little to actually to work on those who are neutral, like India, the BRICS in general, and I just don't think we're looking far enough ahead. And as Artis says, we're at war, but most of the West wants to conduct this war with peacetime thinking, peacetime spending, and peacetime everything. We can't afford to. Otherwise, we're going to get further behind Russia, China, Iran, North Korea.
Thank you. Andre.
First, I have to tell a few words about this, because my country was mentioned 10 times in negative sense.
No.
We have 38 million citizens, and we have crazy ones and less crazy ones, and that one comes from Polish anti-war movement, and of course we are just introducing the law against the Russian influence in Poland, which is hugely criticized by European Union, by the way, as not democratic. But coming to the last point, we have to compare potentials all the time. If we compare Russian potential and NATO potential, even potential of Baltic countries, we are coming to the conclusion that Russians are having 142 million citizens. If you put all the countries around Baltic Basin together, we have more. If we put together the budgets of the Baltic countries together, we have more. However, I don't know to what to compare, because I don't trust Russian statistics at all. So it's difficult for comparison. Deterrence is in mind of the potential adversary, and we have to do our utmost to convince our adversary that they would be pushed back. But Russia cannot be underestimated, and Russia will continue to provoke the world, and Russia will try to increase their industrial production. That is why sanctions are so very much important. Security and the cost of security are important, but negligence is even more expensive than not spending money. Over.
Thank you. And finally, Oleksiy, few words.
Just I already said all what I want to say, and I want to wish all of us to completely understand this as we in war, and we have to deal like in war. And the best way to prevent the war is to be ready for the war as properly as we can. Civic pacem para bellum.
Ugh. So with these words and with these comments, I think there is something to take away from this first panel to the coffee break. And I would like to thank our panelists, experts and expertise here with applauses.
You comment a lot. Yes. Thank you. Nice to meet you. I will send to the WhatsApp.
And please be back on your seat 5 to 3.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Kiitos.
Thank you, sir. Kiitos.
The cooperation in the Baltic Sea region has already had traditions in many sectors, in energy, in economy, in transport sectors, because we need to be interconnected in order to flow the molecules of energy, electricity, and etc. But the current situation shows that the cooperation, tight cooperation, is vital more than ever. One perfect example is the cooperation between Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia and Finland in regards to assure natural gas supplies in the market.
Yeah, Estonia and other Baltic countries have gained a lot already from Baltic Sea cooperation. So there are many flagship projects for us. So we have been enjoying for years already the benefits of Nordic-Baltic joint electricity market, and we are progressing right now to expand the same market also in gas, that in the future there is also a joint Finnish-Baltic gas market. So this is simply a couple of examples of the cooperation we are having so far.
We see that there is a huge importance of interconnectors between the Baltic states. But we are still catching up. I think that the Western European countries are much more advanced. We did a huge effort as the states around the Baltic Sea with building electricity interconnectors, with building gas interconnectors, sharing resources, and this is very, very helpful in this situation. But still much more can be done, and I'm thinking about cooperation when it comes to the offshore wind, when it comes to new supplies from other countries, also security cooperation, because the Baltic Sea is getting more and more attention. But there are also other sectors like industry, heating sector, when the cooperation between the companies from that region can be much, much more increased.
I think the key to develop our energy markets is to make sure that electrification comes first. So electrification in most solutions is the cheapest option to get rid of fossil fuels, and that means we will need a lot more investment into the grids and have more interconnectors between the countries. So I think the future needs to be about making more interconnectors between the Baltic states and the Nordic markets to have a joint Nordic-Baltic market somewhere in the future, and also see that all countries then can produce the renewables that are best for them, and then together the system balances out the fluctuation of production, for example.
Well, we have, this is one of the most well-researched, most connected region in Europe, and we have a tremendous history in cooperation, in building joint values and also building joint knowledge through top research, so we should put that into action.
This conference is a wonderful opportunity to discuss with the partners from all over the Baltic Sea region what further needs to be done in order to overcome obstacles and challenges that we face.
The Baltic Sea region, dynamic and diverse. The sea brings us together and inspires us to build connections. Only together can we ensure further growth in our region and face future challenges. Save the sea, connect the region, and increase prosperity. This is our common field of work. Clear water and healthy wildlife. For thousands of years, people have inhabited the shores of the Baltic Sea. Our joint efforts target reduction of hazards and invasive species, making way for more sustainable fisheries, agriculture, and forestry. Improving our everyday practices leads to better conditions of the marine space, making a positive impact on the lives of everybody in the region. Clean and safe shipping. For ages, the sea has provided a reason to search for new possibilities, knowledge, and resources. Joint efforts let us create infrastructure for alternative fuels and reduce ship emissions. Technology advancements make immediate help available when challenges arise. Sharing of experience leads us to more efficient and safer shipping. Good transport conditions. To meet people, you need to travel. Sailing across the sea by an ancient ship or enjoying your ride on a modern, nature-friendly high-speed train, it is movement that makes meaningful connections possible. Our region covers vast areas, from modern urban cities to faraway communities. Wherever we go, we need better access to other parts of the world and each other. Reliable energy markets. Better access to resources enables the growth of small villages and large cities, making life better for all communities in the region. Access to light, heat, and fuel lets us enjoy the small comforts of everyday life, as well as fulfill our lifelong ambitions and potential. Closer cooperation enables access to an open, more efficient, and fully integrated regional energy market. Improved competitiveness. A human being never stops creating and cooperating with others. The limits of space and time disappear when competitiveness gives way to cooperation. The advancement of the technological age has made the world dynamic and open to connections. Searching for new ideas and connecting knowledge across all disciplines give us power to bring down walls and build bridges to the global world. Climate change adaptation. A courageous look across the sea to discover a world without borders, a world which is being shaped by the actions taking place on the coasts of the Baltic Sea. Flood and erosion brought about by climate change pose a serious threat to our homes and future. We can achieve better results by encouraging each other to embrace the call for adaptation to climate change and contribute to low-emission development. We integrate our knowledge, experience, tools, and methods to create a reliable roadmap and develop new approaches. Within the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region, we work together to save the sea, connect the region, and increase prosperity.
Maybe mom and dad were right when they told me this wouldn't be nothing. Maybe I should take their advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Or maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. She's just drinking themselves crazy tonight. Maybe I should call and say, told you I'd be right. Wondering how long it was before you realized the biggest mistake of your life, and now you're paying the price. Oh, is it confidence or confusion? Either way, I feel like I ain't never losing. Your opinion of mine, you know just what I'm choosing. I gotta do this, cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like.
I ran all the way here, but now I can't see the reasons. I tried too hard to make a better reality. So I ran all the way here, just for the chance that you'd come to. I've been waiting all day to come here and see you. It helped me deny my loneliness. So I ran all the play your part. Who am I doing this for? Who am I doing this for? I ran all the way here, but now I can't see the reasons. I tried too hard to make a better reality. So I ran all the way I didn't mean to hurt you. You're really pretty and funny and smart. I'm just not relationship material. I didn't mean to break your heart. You see, I really need my freedom. I wanna drink and smoke and fuck, but don't worry, there's someone better for you out there. It's just that till now you had very bad luck. But it's not, it's not, it's not you. It's not, it's not, it's not. It's not, it's not, it's not you. It's not, it's not, it's not. So you fall in love too easily. It's not my fault you started to cry. Believe me, you're better off without me. I'm just not a monogamous guy. Now I didn't plan it. She just came here and she's pretty and funny and smart. And I never thought I could feel this way. I didn't mean to break your heart. But it's not, it's not, it's not you. It's not, it's not, it's not. It's not, it's not, it's not you. It's not, it's not, it's not.
My name is Charles Clark. I'm absolutely delighted to be here and delighted to say that it's the first time that the Centre for Geopolitics, the Baltic Geopolitics Programme at Cambridge University, is working with the University of Turku in relation to this conference. At Professor Liuhto's invitation, and I commend him very much for this whole initiative, we've been collaborating in organising this particular panel, which I'm delighted to do. The Baltic Geopolitics Programme is described in this little leaflet, but we're very young. We were founded in January 2021, and we are about trying to improve understanding of the UK-Baltic relationship in a whole series of areas. Following the lead of Artis this morning, we agree very, very much with his point that history should inform our understanding of current geopolitics. Current geopolitics doesn't just come out of a blue sky, it comes out of history of all of our areas. And that's the central theme of our programme. So it's that. We cover the whole Baltic Sea region, so covering all the countries around the Baltic Sea. We try and involve, as well as academics, professionals in a wide variety of different fields, government, military, political, business, and so on, because we think that dialogue between academic life and the business life is very important. And we look at any subject as long as its big geopolitical implications are taken into account. So the subject that we're talking about this afternoon, the whole question of energy security, is very much in that context with massive geopolitical implications, as we can see in many, many different ways. So that's why we're here, and as I said earlier, we're absolutely delighted to have been invited to deal with this. The panel is called Securing and Maintaining Critical Energy Supply and Infrastructure in the Baltic Sea Region. We're going to use a slightly different format for this panel than was used in the earlier panel. I'm going to introduce each of our panellists in a moment, but they're all going to talk for about 10 minutes or perhaps a bit less, and we will then go straight to the hall for comments and questions and discussions of what they have just said. The subjects that we're dealing with, I'll mention the names very quickly now, but I'll introduce them in more detail as we come to them. Hugo Bromley at the end is going to give an overall overview of the subject based on a seminar which he organised for the Centre in London in the House of Lords earlier this year, which was called Energy Security in Northern Europe and the Baltic Sea Region, which was funded by the British Foreign Office. Vidette is then going to give the NATO perspective, which I think will be extremely interesting from this point of view. Chris Parry is going to talk about the naval infrastructure. Adrian is going to talk about the Russian angle around the various energy issues that Russia is looking at it from. And Darius is going to look at the economic trends and preparations for the general situation. And finally, Kaya Tail, on my immediate right, is going to talk about the challenges of what we actually do and how we carry it through. And in a sense, half summarise, difficult task though it is, the conversations that we have to have. So our first contributor is Dr. Hugo Bromley, who's at the end there. He's a postdoctoral research associate at the Centre for Geopolitics in Cambridge. He's been very much involved in all our work on this field, and in particular, as I say, brought together this very successful event that we had earlier this year in London. So Hugo, can I ask you to kick off, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Charles, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try and keep things relatively brief because we've got a lot of speakers to get through and a lot of topics to cover. I want to give a moment's historical context. I'm a historian by training, and then bring out a couple of themes that will be explored more over the next hour and a half or something, two of which are perhaps more general, and one of which is maybe a bit of a tangent, but I'll try and make it relevant. So we're facing two intersecting extraordinary challenges in the wider Baltic Sea region. One of moving through the green transition, and the other of energy security and reducing dependence on potentially hostile actors, of which Russia is, of course, primary. And when we look at the history of energy security is a term rather vanished through the 90s and 2000s. But if you go back any further than that, as many in the audience will be familiar, it was absolutely central to how we thought of many of these questions. And indeed, the great energy security crisis in this region was the oil shock. of the 1970s into the early 1980s. I won't pretend I'm old enough to remember it, though I won't also say that I learned it at school. One of the things about the oil shock was that it was a bullet that caused huge harm but missed, rather than a bullet that we dodged. It's also the case that Russia, and as it was then the Soviet Union, was able to take massive advantage of the giant spike in oil and gas prices, both to put pressure on the West, less successfully, but also to manipulate other members of the Warsaw Pact. And I thought I'd just bring two quotes to the table from those times because they perhaps explore how deep-seated the use of energy as a geoeconomic weapon is to Soviet and then Russian thinking. In 1980, as the first significant Solidarność strikes began in Poland, the Politburo began to consider massively increasing assistance in gas prices to the country. We've already drafted letters, Chairman of the State Planning Committee, Nikolai Babikov, informed the Politburo, about how in the coming years we will supply all other members with a substantially smaller quantity of oil and oil products. We will divert deliveries of oil from all countries except Cuba, Mongolia, and Vietnam to Poland. For Brezhnev, this continued support was essential. No matter how burdensome this will be for us, we must do it. That was their attempt to keep communism strong in Poland. But I would also highlight another quote happening at the same time on the other side of the Atlantic, where the Yamal pipeline was being built. And Richard Perle, who was then involved in the Reagan administration, said the following of the Yamal pipeline and the potential for an expansion in Soviet gas exports. Soviet influence will flow like the gas itself to Western Europe, and we are unprepared for the consequences. I think we had a powerful lesson of how influence flows with gas before the war in Ukraine, but we should be very proud of the extent to which we have responded and we have shut out and protected our energy security to the extent that we have. A couple of points about where we're going now. The first, when we think about energy security in this region, is that we are dealing with a region of extraordinary geopolitical diversity. That includes just the wide number of states adopting different approaches towards net zero. It also includes the astonishing number of different initiatives and projects designed either to strengthen the green transition or that have responsibility for protecting critical infrastructure, be that NATO or otherwise. That's a strength in some ways, but it means that we need to be extremely careful about maintaining international cooperation and about strengthening and deepening those processes. I think other speakers are going to address that very well. It also means we need to be accepting that different nations are taking different paths at different speeds and can't always run towards net zero targets at the same pace. That's particularly true of some states that have a much higher dependence on fossil fuels than others. One might think of Estonia, actually notably. The second is that the nature of the planned green transition, with its heavy emphasis on wind power and indeed connectivity between different grid infrastructures, means that an awful lot of critical infrastructure is undersea. And that problem is only, it's not a problem actually, but that fact is only going to get more important in the coming years and decades. So the undersea perspective is vital, particularly given the Marienburg Declaration and the real push toward wind power. So those are the two themes that are maybe common and that we'll dig into today. But there's a third point. I'm a historian of political economy, and one of the helpful things to think about revolutions, and it's a revolution that's about to happen, is whether they're primarily extractive or primarily industrial. I talked about the oil shock as a bullet that missed rather than one we dodged, because its solutions in many ways were extractive, right? Offshore oil and gas, North Sea, also later further developments in the United States. This is an industrial revolution we're going to have to do, and it requires a huge increase in manufacturing capacity, be that solar panels, be that wind turbines, be that whatever. And it is absolutely right that states play a large role in encouraging investment, in manipulating economies, and in working towards that. But we do have to be careful that state support and investment don't overtip into a form of protectionism that harms international alliances around the world. The Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, which is very relevant to this conversation, is an extraordinary piece of legislation, but a very risky one in what it might do to any number of countries, and obviously the EU is thinking of responses to that as well. I come from a country that's not in the European Union, right. And we have some risks there to us from the increasing levels of investment that we see around the world. And we're not unique in that. There are countries across the global south, for example, who need to play an economically beneficial role in the green transition. And so the push towards security and domestic manufacturing must always be balanced against that need for cooperation. I was speaking with one German figure a few weeks ago who was talking about the benefits of we need to reach out to the global south on Ukraine, he said, and we need to reach out to them as potential markets for our products. I said, no, you don't understand. That's one thing, but what they want is to sell you stuff. Like, they want to develop too. They want to grow too. And we need to be careful in how we go about that manufacturing transition, that industrial revolution that we need. Okay, I'm going to stop there, and we'll explore many of these ideas in future panels. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Hugo. And can I just remind you that after the presentations, there'll be every opportunity for questions and comment from the floor, so that if you have got points you want to raise with Hugo, if you can hold those in your mind until after all the panellists have made their contributions. Our second panellist is Lieutenant Colonel Vidit Nong, who's the head of division of the NATO Energy Security Centre of Excellence, which happens to be in Lithuania. He leads a team of officers from Turkey and Lithuania and a whole range of activities which cover the responsibilities of dealing with energy security. And I think it's particularly interesting, Vidit, perhaps with the Vilnius summit of NATO coming up very shortly, to get a sense from you of how you think NATO is thinking about these kinds of problems. And we're very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for having me here, and also welcome to NATO, Finland. It's great to have you as part of the family. Talking about the energy security topic itself, I arrived in Lithuania about 3.5 years ago, and it was very hard to push that topic. Everyone generally at that time took energy for granted. I've talked to my German colleagues, and they were very secure in the idea that, hey, Russia is a reliable supplier and they will never have any issues with that, and they're a great customer. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and we are in where we're in now. But it does make my job a little bit easier. And to describe what my role is in the Energy Security Center of Excellence is to spread awareness of energy security and concerns, talk about critical energy infrastructure protection, resiliency, and basically having military personnel as well as government personnel understand that resources are limited. You have to identify what are your critical points in your energy infrastructure that you can allocate resources into protecting. And then energy efficiency. Our military utilizes a lot of energy, the Navy and the Air Force. So when we talk about the Baltic Sea, the Navy uses a lot of energy to just run their ships and run their equipment. And we have to be more efficient in how we utilize that energy, because efficiency creates reduced dependency on possibly adversarial energy suppliers. Additionally, it increases our capabilities. It extends the time and the operations time of our forces to, I would say, shape the battle space. Energy efficiency can also be considered green friendly, but from a military perspective, the more efficient things are, the more capable we are. So we don't necessarily use less energy, we just use the same amount of energy, but we produce more capability. Talking about NATO, and I would say where NATO stands right now, we have to take a step back. NATO's not the panacea and solution for energy security. NATO is a defensive alliance. So NATO is really about Article 5, but energy itself is more Article 3, is a nation-state responsibility. And as such, what NATO can do in this realm is provide more indications of warning. Already, NATO has stepped up patrolling, collecting intelligence, and also providing it to nations to provide them more information so they can be aware of what the security issues are. The next step to that is integrating new technology. The awareness of Nord Stream 1 and 2, I say across the board, we're more concerned with how can we identify those problems before we have to deal with those. So we have organizations looking at different technologies that can make that process easier. There are capability gaps. But those capability gaps, we're looking forward to answering those with technology. But that's only one step in energy security, is identifying those warnings, identifying, I would say, counter-terrorism, identifying hybrid attacks before they occur. But obviously, in the realm of security, you're not going to stop all the different types of attacks. Hybrid attacks occur. I think my colleague from the Center of Excellence or Hybrid Energy or Hybrid Center of Excellence, hybrid is an ongoing issue. It won't be resolved anytime soon. But what we can do is be more resilient. So that next part takes nations to look inwards. It takes bilateral cooperation. It takes multilateral cooperation, and it also takes more cooperation with industry, because most of that infrastructure is controlled and owned by industry, the energy sector. Now, here's where NATO, there's some unease about that, because we don't really necessarily have a charter to work with energy companies directly. And this is where the NATO headquarters and the political committees need to meet and talk about what can NATO do to be more expansive and more supportive. So that's a question that's yet to be answered. It may come up in the next summit in Vilnius, but energy is a topic. With the weaponization of energy that we observe in Ukraine, and also economic attacks against, I wouldn't necessarily attacks, but hybrid types of threats against Europe in the energy sector, that is a major concern, and that's something that needs to be discussed. We can't avoid these types of issues. So, last but not least, individual countries cannot do this alone. A hybrid attack is usually organized by a network of adversarial personnel. So you need the network. So the network needs to come from the local to the national to the international scale. In November, actually this week, we're having a main planning conference for our Baltics TTX, focused on critical energy infrastructure in the maritime domain. And that domain is not as simplified as people might think. You're looking at ports, you're looking at line of communications in the maritime domain, you're looking at infrastructure such as wind farms, and you have undersea infrastructure, which are cables, to include communications cables. So those are a vast array of things that companies, academia, and also security personnel in nations have to consider. With those vulnerabilities, they're all interconnected, they're all interrelated, so that's where we have to work together. In Core 23, Baltics will be bringing in industry, government from around the Baltics to discuss this in November. But the topics that they will be discussing, which is sometimes overlooked topic, is maritime law. When there's disruptions to infrastructure, how is maritime law applied, and how can maritime law be utilized to at least address concerns? Another syndicate will be crisis response. Who's in the lead? What organization will lead the effort into addressing these issues, these interruptions? Because you're not going to stop the attack, but you can mitigate the impact. If you're prepared ahead of time and coordinated ahead of time, then you can have a solution already made, or at least a crisis response, so that it will mitigate the amount of impact it has on the customers. And maritime security, what maritime forces are needed and what technologies are needed to support the region. And also strategic communications. That's a big factor, because you can't avoid strategic communications. It's an area of attack that is, I would say, very cheap for the adversaries to utilize, and it's very sensitive for us to react to, because there's a limit to where strategic communication becomes propaganda. So where you want to push out facts, you want to fight false information with facts and with as much truthfulness as can be, to ensure that the nations don't succumb to misinformation. So with that, I'll pass it on to my next colleague.
Vida, that was absolutely fascinating. I'm sure one of the questions that somebody will want to raise in the session when we've finished is the reflections that you may have on those aspects when thinking about the Nord Stream incidents and the question of fact. It's still whizzing around the newspapers as we come in today, who knew what about what was done in whatever circumstance, and it remains a very challenging issue. So thank you for that tour d'horizon of the security challenges from a NATO point of view. We now move to a more specifically naval dimension. Our next speaker is Rear Admiral Chris Parry, who's had a very substantial and distinguished career in the armed forces, and the Navy in particular, obviously. He runs his own strategic forecasting and troubleshooting company, advising governments, leading commercial companies and financial institutions about these issues. And he brings to it a doctorate in organisational psychology, which I think is a very useful addition for our thinking today. He had 36 years in the Royal Navy with a wide variety of operational roles during that time. Chris, we're very grateful to you for joining us today. Thank you very much for coming along.
Well, thank you. I'm a historian too, so I'd like to start with a quotation from a famous British historian called Edward Gibbon. He said, "They found a land that was made soft by years of peace, rich through long years of prosperity, and complacent through long years of self-delusion." I could stop my presentation now and tell you that lies at the heart of our problem today. I have to tell you all the issues we're discussing today I raised in my book Superhighway, and that was 2014. So we've been 10 years thinking about this. It didn't take the invasion of Ukraine to bring this to the fore. Our infrastructure has always been open to criminals and terrorists, both in physical and cyber attacks. But a couple of things I'd like to raise up front. Within 5 years, everything and everyone on this planet is going to be detectable on the surface. Just think about that. And the Americans say that they will target anyone and anything within 1 hour of decision. Now, if that's the case, so will the Russians, so will the Chinese. So that adds real value now to the underground and undersea environment, because they've both become stealth environments. Indeed, if you look in Ukraine right now, underground is the new stealth. If you want to hide from targeting, you have to be under the ground. And the more we go undersea, the more we're going to have to concentrate on the security of our infrastructure that is there, bless you, but also we're going to have to see how the ocean becoming less opaque is going to assist us in this. Secondly, forget about deterrence. We're in the defense business now. We're having to defend ourselves against an aggressive foe. And not just Russia, it's China and Iran as well. And if you don't believe me, believe what they say. They're coming to get us. They are the Eurasian autocrats. We are the maritime democracies. And we're splitting on that. Now, if we're going to go to defense, we have to start reviving some of our Cold War thinking and apparatus. And now, I can tell you, in the 1970s, we tracked Russian submarines whenever they came off the North Cape or left their base in Vladivostok. And when you have Russian submarines that are equipped now for deep-sea research, interference and operations, there are 8 types, and they're hosted in ex-Oscar guided missile submarines and what they call Yankee Notch. We're going to have to start tracking these submarines again, along with those specialist vessels that are designed to interfere with our infrastructure. We don't. They pop up on AIS occasionally, and then they switch them off, so we can't actually find them. So we've got to get back to having a strategic approach to how we actually defend our infrastructure. And part of that has to be active defense. There has to be a price to pay for interfering with our infrastructure. Now, I'm old enough to remember when the Swedes used to depth charge submarines that they found in their territorial seas. I like those days because it used to deter Russian submarines to the extent that one of them, a whiskey class, found himself on the rocks outside a naval base. We are, I'm afraid, not just complacent, we are weak. We fear escalation. But in a world where you've got dual-use underwater and other vehicles, we're going to have to get more active. And certainly when we come to discuss how we're going to defend our underwater infrastructure, I'll tell you that underwater system of systems involving electrical grids and underwater vehicles is the best way to deter attacks on them. My next point is the word mindset. Yeah, we're stuck in a mindset. If you look in the Oxford English Dictionary, mindset means a fixed opinion, one that doesn't change. So please, can we stop talking about mindsets and talk about mentalities? Because people who have agile brains have mentalities, they don't have mindsets. Now, when we come to the solutions, we're going to have to take charge of our territorial seas and economic zones. Most of us don't know what's in our territorial seas and economic zones. We don't have the ability to patrol them or even look after our infrastructure. But if we don't in future, we're going to find ourselves prey to the sort of attacks that we see in Ukraine right now. Let's emphasize, Russia doesn't actually have to invade anything. It can actually sit in its own country, it can launch aircraft, and it can fire precision missiles, including in future hypersonics, at any target it chooses. Think about that. And in about 5 years' time, this building will be targetable within 1 hour of decision. So if the Russians made the decision when we went to our tea break, it's here now. It's also here from America. That's the world we're in now, and that's the world we're going to have to defend against. I remember going into Norwegian submarine pens that were actually integrated into cliffs, underground. We have sold off all our underground communications and headquarters in the United Kingdom. I think we're going to be burrowing into the earth again pretty soon. So unless we put redundancy and resilience at the heart of what we do when we build infrastructure in future, we will always be held to ransom for what our opponents can do to our civilian infrastructure. I'm happy to talk about the detail. I could bore for Britain on it, but we'll save that for later. Thank you very much.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Slightly a disturbing presentation, I think it's fair to say, and one that's very good to bring us up to the mark. And I'm sure some people will have questions to you, Chris, when we come to the session at the end. Now, our fourth contributor is Dr. Adnan Vatanseva, who's a reader at the Russia Institute of King's College London. Both in the earlier session this morning and in this session, we talk about our adversary talking about Russia in this context. And I think we thought in composing this panel, it would be very useful to get a serious analyst of how Russia's thinking about these things, particularly in the energy field. Adnan wrote a book called Oil in Putin's Russia, The Contest Over Rents and Economic Policy, which examines the political economy of these issues. So Adnan, thank you for coming, and we very much look forward to hearing what you have to say.
My pleasure. I'll talk about European energy security and Russia, especially saying a few things about what Russians thinking in that context has been. And the main context I'll talk about is the past year or past year and a half since the onset of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I have three sets of questions that I just want to address within very, very quickly within the time that I have. One is, the first one is how Russia has been weaponizing gas for years, and what exactly it's been trying to achieve, what exactly it was trying to achieve in the past year since the war started, and why actually it didn't work. I would argue that it really tried to weaponize gas, and it actually didn't work, and it deserves some explanations. The second set of questions is about is Russia on the way out, on the way of basically getting locked out of the European gas markets? It's been its primary market. It's a very premium market. Is it really on the way out of that? What is the Russian thinking about that? And what is Europe doing about that? What could Europe do potentially in order to set certain rules about the future of Russian gas in Europe? And finally, I'll say a few things about the broader implications of the major transformative changes that have been happening in the past year on European energy security. So starting with the first question, Russia weaponizing energy or gas. I mean, this is something that as an academic at a university, there's a vast literature that's been written on that, debating whether Russia has been weaponizing energy or not. There would be many scholars that would disagree with that, only until last year though. And currently that's gone. I mean, that there is very much of a consensus that gas or any types of energy can be easily weaponized by Russia. Now, The reason for that is Russia used to weaponize gas for a very long time. In fact, from the start of the 90s against its neighbor states. It's been very common approach in the Baltic region with the 3 republics here. It's been common with respect to Ukraine, with respect to Transcaucasian countries and so on. But Russia was quite careful not to weaponize energy in Western Europe. And this actually changed with, and not just with the war, but started like a few months before the war in Ukraine. It started when Russia decided to deliberately limit supplies to the European market so that it leads to a major spike in prices. And what exactly, and this was in year 2021, what exactly Russia has been trying to achieve in the past 2 years by weaponizing gas? Well, a few things, at least this is my reading from Russian statements, Russian politician statements and others that have been talking about that. Well, a few things. One is there's been hope that there will be a widespread unrest in Europe in the same manner or in similar manner to the Yellow Vest movement that we saw in 2018 in France. There's been also hope that with spiking energy prices, there will be a rising role of extremist far left or far right politicians in European politics. There's been hope that there will be more of an economic disruption, especially in different industries in Europe. And very key, since the start of the war, a big hope has been that with using energy as a weapon, Russia would be able to weaken Europe's resolve on sanctions against Russia and also on its support for Ukraine. So, in all of these areas, I would say that Russia has failed. There has been some perhaps very modest success from Russia's perspective, in the sense that, yes, there have been some parties in different parts of Europe, extremist parties that have become stronger. There have been some public protests, although nothing major, and quite a few industries have been affected. Inflation has been up in many countries. Russia has had some contribution to that. But if you look at the bigger picture, overall Russia has actually very much failed in the sense that Europe's resolve on sanctions did not get weaker. In fact, sanctions have got tougher and tougher. There have been so many packages of sanctions against Europe, one after another, each getting tighter. Europe's resolve about supporting Ukraine has not gone. It looks like it's even more resolved. You actually have new countries that are joining NATO. So it's in many respects, it is actually, I would say, it has failed. And I mean, one can probably go on and on about why exactly it failed, but just as a kind of a very quick answer to that, there have been some like short-term things that Europe was able to do, which might appear that helped a lot, such as reducing demand for gas and getting American LNG or other source of LNG. But these are things that appear kind of as the solutions that were brought last year. But the reality is that Europe has been preparing, at least for dealing with problems with Russian gas for a while, even though many countries in Europe have been not so much attentive to concepts about energy security with respect to Russia. I mean, in the sense that, countries in the Baltics like Poland and others have been very clear about Russian energy in Europe, about the role and potential risks about that. Not so much clear in Germany and other parts. But still, there has been a process of institutionalization for 3 decades about, creating a much more integrated gas market, about diversification, about improved energy efficiency, improved renewable, and so on. And also this crisis in the past year has also proven that maybe Putin actually miscalculated in one area, which was technology has evolved to an extent that this gas relationship between Europe and Russia is not as asymmetric as it looked from Russia's perspective. Russia thought that there is not really a very short-term solution for that, for lack of gas. It did appear that with the rise of LNG, and especially with the rise of floating LNG, and also rise of storage, significance of storage, you can actually make a lot of things in the very short term in order to allow houses get heated and some industries still keep operating. So this has been Europe's response. Moving on to my second question, which I'll be briefer, is Russian gas on the way of being permanently out of the European picture? Well, if you look from Russia's perspective, this is definitely what they don't want to see. The Russian entire gas infrastructure has been actually built to export to the West. It was very late that Russia decided to do something else, such as, apart from exporting gas to the West, which is build a pipeline to China. It's been very recent that it has become operational, and also invest in LNG. So the entire infrastructure has been built actually to export to the West. And in fact, Russia built a huge surplus capacity in terms of its export capability to the West, much more than it ever needed. It actually does want to maintain some role in the European gas. It would not really like to lose that market, in large part because there is no better alternative than the European gas market. Even under the best case Russian scenarios, the 155 billion cubic meters that were sold in 2021 in Europe, Russia will be able to reach that number very long time into the future by selling some of that gas by LNG or to Asian markets. But that is kind of a huge loss from Russia's perspective. Now, while that's the case, there are I would say three significant advantages from Russia's perspective when it wants to maintain a role in the European gas market. One advantage is that it has relatively cheap, relatively low-cost gas. It's not cheap right now when it sells it, but it is low cost. And Gazprom, at the orders of Kremlin, can reduce gas prices and make it appealing. The other thing is there are many industrial players and many other gas sector players that will be very much willing to go back to business as usual. In fact, if there was not sufficient pressure, public pressure and also government pressure, they would be back to business as usual right away, many of them. No doubt about that. And the third thing is there is sufficient supply, from Russia's perspective, of corrupt politics in Europe. And I don't mean Hungary. It's much broader problem than that. And what Europe can do about that, about limiting about the future of Russian gas, whether it should be permanently out or not. Well, I think there might be some merit about Europe maintaining some vagueness about what it would do, but there are probably quite a few areas where it needs to be very clear, very upfront about what it needs to see. Some areas that need to be decided: is there going to be back to business as usual ever at all? Could that happen? Under what conditions with respect to the war in Ukraine? Under what conditions about favoring Ukraine? And can that happen when Putin is still in power? I mean, Putin is officially designated as a person, as a criminal who cannot actually enter in many European states because he has to be sent to prison. So that's it's not just about. If Europe makes certain decisions on that, it's not just a decision that will give message to the world that Europe is operating based on principles, but it's also a message that is sent to the Russian elites that they don't have a future with Putin. And many things that could be decided, such as what is the maximum share of Russian gas that can stay in Europe, can be what part of that needs to be obligatorily going to storage, how exactly it should be brought to Europe, what should be the role of Ukraine transit, and so on. I think these are some areas that Europe needs to do a lot of thinking and provide some clarity about that, which will help for its own planning. Finally, very quickly on the last question, the broader implications of these transformative changes in just 1 minute. I see three broad changes that are happening. One is the approach to energy security in Europe has been changing. It's becoming a lot more sober, a lot more realistic, in the sense that it is getting closer to what the approach to energy security was in the Baltics and Poland, I would say, in many ways. And the second change that's happening is that Germany's big big push in the past 15 years was actually, it was emerging as the central state for the distribution of Russian gas in Europe, with 2 huge pipelines. Now that is pretty much gone. And instead we are seeing a rising competition among countries within Europe about becoming a significant gas hub. If you look at the domestic kind of national literature, national publications of different countries, Italy, Bulgaria, Greece, Poland, Lithuania, in all of them they talk about becoming a hub for the region. That is something quite significant change. And the last one is there is a realization that energy security and decarbonization are very much aligned with each other. In the past decades, they have been pretty much in conflict with each other. Now, it looks like decarbonization actually means energy security as well, especially energy security with respect to Europe's main energy supplier, which is Russia.
Adam, thank you very much. I mean, that was magisterial, really. It gave us a real picture of the kinds of issues which will be preoccupying both people in Russia but also more widely. One question I was interested in on the questions that you were raising was who decides in the West how to deal with these things, these kinds of questions you were raising. Thank you very, very much indeed. Our next speaker is Professor Dariusz Zarzecki from the University of Szczecin in Poland. He's a full professor at the Faculty of Finance and Banking there, and he's contributed substantially on the economic issues, and particularly the finance issues around this. In particular, he's the author of a chapter in the book edited by Kari Liuhto called The Future Energy Consumption Security in Natural Gas, LNG in the Baltic Sea region, which was published last year. Dariusz, we're delighted you're here with us today and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you. Well, I'm interested in energy sector a bit by chance because I was asked many years ago to carry out an analysis of kind of prefeasibility study of an LNG terminal in Świnoujście. It was quite an interesting challenge, and we did it with my friends and also our partners from the Maritime University at Szczecin. And it was just a first approach to analyze such an idea. And after years, it turned out to be a good decision to invest in the terminal. I mentioned a year ago to the public here about the reaction of German colleagues when I discussed that issue, that idea, before creation of that terminal, that we plan to create such a terminal in Świnoujście, and the reaction was, it's a generally stupid idea because the gas from the pipe will be always cheaper than the gas transported by sea. But of course, you must remember, I have just nice quote that about Germany and France's perception of Russia. They always thought that Russia was a reliable energy partner, always reliable, even during the Cold War. They've never stopped deliveries of gas and other sources of energy. So now, of course, we know that it's already a major failure of that thought experiment. And we now should not only ask if the other world use energy as a political weapon, but we should also ask what our capacity is to act in a situation like this. My friend mentioned a minute ago about weaponization of energy sources, especially gas. Of course, gas has been weaponized for years by Russia. Poland and Baltic countries experienced that many times. And Poland, when Poland entered the EU, we emphasized very strongly the issue of energy solidarity. Energy solidarity itself is a fundamental issue of the EU, at least on the declarative dimension. But actually, in reality, it hasn't worked for years, as we know. So Germany, France, and other countries prefer to realize their own policy. Germany, first of all, focused on really very good, very low prices of gas delivered by Russia. And it was the source of their competitive advantage for ages. We admired German industry for years, the exports, the power of the economy, but it was, of course, sourced partially through cheap energy sources from Russia. You remember discussion about Nord Stream 1 first and Nord Stream 2, and despite remarks and warnings from Poland, other East European countries, the Baltics, that project was accepted finally by the Commission and was in operation. So the result was like last year, that after aggression of Russia, full-scale aggression against Ukraine, some countries seemed quite well prepared to that aggression in terms of energy security, like Poland, for example, because we had already finished our LNG terminal. It was in operations from 2015. Moreover, we made a decision to develop it until even 10 billion, so doubled the potential. The utilization rate of this terminal is extremely high. We also invested together with other partners, especially Norwegians and Danish partners, in so-called Baltic pipe, as you know. And we may say that after closing the pipe by Russians last year, it was their decision, not Polish, Poland was actually not hit by that move of Russians. We easily managed this hard situation, whereas other countries like Germany, they were really in real trouble. They managed, of course. It was a reaction of Germans and other European countries were, I would say, impressive. We finally managed that crisis, partly thanks to mild winter and support from the EU, of course. And support from other potential deliveries which reacted positively. So now the situation is completely different. Completely different supply routes, completely different deliverers of gas. Russia is diminished almost to zero. Now it's about 10%, I think, of imports from Russia to EU. And I think the future seems quite okay, I think, because in Germany and France now it's full understanding that the old relations with Russia cannot be repeated. I do hope, at least. We know that there is a strong lobby in Germany to be happy to come back to old times. But I do believe that public opinion in Germany and other countries, also the EU actions, would not allow such return. And what I would suggest to do, I think we should develop infrastructure under support of the EU. We should coordinate our policies. And there are many, many good examples of that. For example, between Poland and Lithuania, we completed gas interconnector Lithuania-Poland, which actually serves as a great support to the pipeline systems to the Baltic states, but also to Finland. So we are together connected. I know that Finland doesn't use so much gas, of course, but and of course, talking about gas, because we are looking at gas as a weapon, but you probably remember that gas was to be temporary source of energy, and we expected within the climate change policy to reduce coal, lignite, and also gas. But gas is less unfriendly, let's say, towards the environment. So I think under present circumstances, gas will be with us much longer than we expected originally. Of course, the question, my last question is, what is going to happen in the future? It's really very hard to build scenarios for energy sector. You know that, because there are so many changes, technological, political, prices, the different prices, cost of production, and so on. And I believe that we can expect substantial change in technology soon. It's not something, it's a trivial statement, but I think that substantial changes in technologies will show us the way, what should be developed. And I'm a bit afraid about present different approaches, as you said, different approaches to energy security represented by different countries of the EU. For example, Germany decided to stop nuclear power plants totally, despite the aggression of Russia, despite with problems with gas. So, well, quite impressive anyway. And it's against the German industry. Poland, in this time, we don't have, as you know, any single nuclear energy plant. We plan to build. We have just signed agreements with Americans, with Koreans, and we plan to build our own energy, nuclear plants. We also plan to invest in small nuclear plants. Of course, every country says we are going to invest in renewables, and I think it's a good point, but what will be at the end of that way is still unknown. So that's all for...
Darius, thank you very, very much indeed. What you said sums up the kind of problems we've got. So we're now moving to the final presentation, where I'm really delighted, Kaya, to welcome you. I've known Kaya Tail since more than 20 years, when she was the Estonian ambassador to Britain and I was in government at the time. She's had an extremely distinguished diplomatic career, both representing the country to the UK, to Germany, to the European Union, having been a diplomatic advisor to President Lennart Meri. And the role she now has is right on this particular button. She's the ambassador at large in Estonia for climate and energy policy, and she's told me before of the challenges that have to be met. So you've got the challenge of talking about the challenges that we have to overcome to solve all the interesting problems which the panels presented earlier on. Kaya, thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you, Charles, and happy to be here, happy to be the only lady on the panel, none in the previous panel. So is it mentality or is it mindset? But it needs...
it depends how you identify.
Yeah. Well, when we discussed the division of labor in this panel, I actually mentioned to you, Charles, that I would like to add the European Union perspective. And this, of course, has been conspicuously absent in this panel, apart from Darius. I mean, you mentioned many times the Commission and so on. But I will try to add this angle, and it will actually very well touch upon other points which the panelists have been making. So obviously, security does not pop up first in your mind when you talk about the European Union, although we all have recognized that economic stability and prosperity are an important pillar which supports also hard security. But still, it's not the very first candidate. But in the wartime now, the leap has been incredible, also in the European Union. I'm now referring to those common procurement procedures, for example, for ammunition, but also the European Union has become stronger in pure defense. But I would claim that this leap has been exactly as profound in energy policy. And I'm not talking now about weaning off from the Russian gas. This has been covered amply in this panel already. But I'm talking about exactly changing the mindset. And for somebody who is not well rehearsed in the European Union legislation, I need to be professionally. I really follow it. I can reveal you the secret that the common energy policy in the European Union is not in the treaties. It's not something which you would expect from the European Union. It's just something which has developed with the situation, with the needs of the day. And might I add, without any judgment, I don't know if it would have been possible with the UK in the European Union, because it goes against the instincts here. But now it's there, and when we talk about, let's say, common procurement or common platform for gas procurement, or obligatory reserves for gas, or common energy market design, which we're working through at the moment, this is all completely new, absolutely new in the European Union. And this has actually made the European Union a stronger geopolitical player. Well, anyway, I now turn to the Baltic countries and to our region. and especially the three Baltic countries having been historically connected to the Russian electric grids. The EU has always been a source of especially energy security. Almost all the connections we have built in the region and will be building in the future have used and will use European Union money, and rightly so, because it strengthens the energy security of the whole European Union. And the European Union obviously is our backstop during the critical years until we fulfill our goals of renewable energy. And I now argue with Hugo, who mentioned that we have this terrible heritage of oil shale in Estonia. Well, this has not stopped the Estonian government putting the noble goal of becoming 100% renewable supplied by 2030. 2030, this is tomorrow. But until 2030, we have to survive somehow. We have this additional security threat of Russia being able at the moment to play with our grids, of our frequency stability. We probably need another year or so before we are completely secure. But even in the meantime, we will survive, obviously. We have been prepared, but we will also rely on the European Union support, both financial support and also political support. We will rely on Poland being ready, if necessary, to integrate our grids to provide this frequency stability. So it's very much about European Union solidarity. So with all the hard security which we need from NATO and the protection of physical infrastructure, we rely on the European Union if something happens. And it is impossible and will always be impossible to avoid all and any conceivable damage you can make to the physical infrastructure, be it from natural catastrophes or technical malfunction or malevolent cyber or real-world attacks. So it can happen. If it happens, we will build up again. This is what we see in Ukraine at the moment. We build up again. With whom? With the European Union partners and European money. And this is the strength of the European Union. And of course, you can manage the risks by increasing your resilience. And we in Estonia actually think of our fully digitalized grids as part of this resilience. And many think here about increased cyber risks in this context. But we just constantly keep up and improve the cyber defenses. You need to do it anyway, in all spheres of life. But I admit that energy infrastructure probably has been lazy in this respect. And there is a lot to do, but at least in Estonia we have also NATO Cyber of Excellence to help us and to point the finger. But we also have domestic crisis management. So yes, digitalized grid might be a target for a specialized attack. On the other hand, if a malfunction happens, the repairs are actually much quicker and more effective with digitalized grid. Don't ask me, I'm not an engineer, what exactly happens, but I have been assured that this is the case, that you can actually pinpoint the damage and build up quicker. But there are also other advantages for digitalization. We have been able to switch our renewables more smoothly and quicker to the grid. Another thing which is really engineering, they tell me that renewable power sources are different from traditional power sources to link into the grid. So digitalization helps here, but it also helps the consumer to take control of your consumption. If you are fully aware of the energy you use, you can shave off the peak consumption and switch to the cheaper hours, which will help energy efficiency, which Vidit talked about. So whatever we do with the energy markets in the European Union, and I shared the concerns of somebody said about the market distortions. I was really worried about this. What we see now in Estonia, it was possible to switch back to the market immediately after this really abnormal energy prices faded away this spring, I suppose, not very long ago. So whatever we do, we should keep the consumer empowered so that the consumer can choose cheaper energy and increase the efficiency. So there are many aspects of the energy security apart from cutting off the Russian gas and diversifying the supplies in general and hard security. What I'm very happy for is that the Baltic Sea area is actually exemplary in the European Union for this. We have had for a long time now this working group under the European Union Commission called BEMIP, Baltic Energy Market Integration Plan. And actually we owe all our interconnection to the work of this group. And I'm especially happy that nowadays this group is working on offshore wind grids, apart from traditional power projects. So we all dream of becoming energy exporters by 2030. Europe is in dire need of energy surplus from our region. But of course, we can produce it, but we cannot export it if we're not connected. So be it cables or be it pipelines, we need to do this. How do we do it? With the help of the European Union, but the European Union windmills really grind very slowly. So that's why I'm very happy that, I can't even say in the recent years, I think in the recent year, there has been much more political focus. Germany has come in as a very powerful player in our area. So Germany and Denmark jointly organized the first energy security summit last year. And now the next one is coming up in Lithuania in September. So that's the way to truly manage your energy security in this region, and I hope the others can learn from us. That's it, Charles. Thanks.
Kai, that's tremendous. Again, a tremendous lot of information and really, I think, optimism about ways to deal with these things in the future, which I think is really important. Now, we've got about 15 minutes before the end, and as I said, I'm going to come straight to the floor. What I'm going to do is ask you to indicate if you'd like to ask a question, and then I'm going to take 3 questions and then ask the whole panel if they've got any comments, then another 3 and so on. So who'd like to ask questions? I'll take you first, and then we can see other questions as well. Not at the moment. Okay, you first, sir. 2 mics around.
Roman Kowalczuk is the European Strategic Forum, Warsaw. I have a question maybe to all the panelists who will wish to answer that. Do you think Baltic Sea energy infrastructure can be used to supply gas and crude oil and maybe other resources to Ukraine and Belarus after this war? Thank you.
Well, that's a very particular and helpful question. So I'll just ask people here immediately to respond. Vidit, what would you say about this side of the question?
The one part I do know is that by 2025, if not already, I know Ukraine will be part of the Central European electricity grid, and then also the Baltics will be part of the European electricity grid. The challenge would be: is it economically feasible to move that electricity all the way down to Ukraine? Obviously, there's other generation stations in between there that will be more efficient to move electricity. Now, as for gas and elsewhere, I don't necessarily think it's feasible to move it in that direction, because it would likely be more feasible to move it from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea rather than from here in the Baltics.
Other comments? Hugo, you're indicating?
No.
No. Akaya?
I would like to turn the question around. Would Ukraine be needing this after the war? Because Ukraine is actually a big producer of electricity. If we get back the Zaporizhia nuclear power station and build up everything else, and Ukraine is switched into the Central European grids, I don't think that this is the issue to solve for Ukraine. Maybe for gas. I don't know here. I mean, the big projects of gas pipelines is something else. If it's necessary, it's another question, because now we turn to this green transition. I know that Dario said that gas will be around for a very long time. I'm not very convinced about this. So renewables are certainly the future everywhere in Europe, but maybe not really in the very immediate years.
Thank you, Kaya. Adnan and then Darius.
Yeah, well, it's probably a question of price too, because if renewables will be everywhere, but renewables are still quite expensive.
No.
Well, the progress is substantial, of course, but when the competition will be very furious, I believe that producers of gas will be eager to reduce price, as we know that gas could be very cheap. Russia provided very cheap gas. By the way, maybe you're not aware of that, but gas sold to Germany was much cheaper than gas sold to Poland, for example, despite the distance much longer to deliver it to Germany. But it was just a weapon, of course. But I believe that we can expect some deliverers of gas to Ukraine. Our government discussed that with Ukrainian friends. So, for example, you can expect some gas from Poland, from LNG, because we are now going to operate a floating LNG in Gdańsk. So we would have to have just two. One developed, doubled actually, with doubled capacity in Świnoujście, and another one in Gdańsk. But it's a good question by our lady in the panel, that do you really need it? Because Poland, despite the war in Ukraine, imports electricity from Ukraine at the moment. So it shows your power in this field.
Thank you. Adnan, what's your assessment?
Yeah, just for natural gas, well, there is already almost a decade-long history of reverse flows. Basically, Ukraine getting gas, most of it kind of Russian gas actually, but not from Russia, but from its western border. So there is some infrastructure for that. And the emerging reality right now is that in the eastern part of the Baltic Sea, probably this part of the Baltic Sea is headed towards a surplus LNG capacity. There are already interconnectors between, with Finland, with Poland, with the Baltic three republics, and so on. So it's if that is the reality there, if we are witnessing a rising surplus capacity there, and if the price is right, yes, some of it may end up in Ukraine as part of its energy balance. That's what we.
Thank you. I'm going to come for more questions, but Chris or Hugo, do you have anything you want to add? No. Okay, further questions. Gentleman there, please. Thank you.
So, thank you for all the panelists here. I'm Olli Tukatiainen from the MOD Finland. I have a question about the role of the gas, maybe also oil, but mostly gas from Azerbaijan and probably also in Central Asia, if there ever will be a trans-Caspian pipeline connection. So there was some difference of views about how long the gas will stay on the European energy mix. But in this mix, what's the role now and in the future of the Azerbaijani and also Central Asian gas? Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see one up right at the back? No. Okay, I can't see any other questions. I'm going to chuck in one for myself and then ask the panelists to give final comments. The one from me is, Adnan used the phrase business as usual at this, and I thought that was a very interesting phrase, and I wonder what the panel think of the idea of business as usual, if I can put it like that, following the Ukraine war. All the panelists in different ways have described a process of substantial change that is taking place right at the moment, as it were, independent of the war, but then you add the war, it's a process of massive change. So could I just ask the panelists to deal first with the question from our Finnish colleague, and then what you think of, what should we be thinking of as business as usual in this kind of area? Chris, I'm particularly interested with your accounts of the level of preparedness that there is not in relation to dealing with the various threats, how you see all that going. In fact, would you like to go first, Chris, on those questions?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, let's face it, if the Ukraine war ends, it's almost certain that if the regime continues either with Putin or the same sort of clique that he has around him in future, the pressure will come on the Baltic region for two reasons. One is they won't forgive you for joining NATO, and they will seek to try and show that joining NATO was a mistake, just as quite a lot of Europeans are trying to convince Britain that Brexit was a mistake. Secondly, the fact is, if you are a Russian looking from on top of Moscow looking west, and I replicate the Time magazine cover of 1956, when President Khrushchev said, here is a map looking west, and the two arms that reach round and strangle Russia are the Baltic and the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. And he said, and that is why we must neutralize any threats from those directions. That is still Russian policy. So when the war in Ukraine is over, and I suspect it will be by the end of the year, expect the pressure to come on at the end here. And by that time, we need to have our infrastructure integrated, the distribution multiplied to give us redundancy, and make sure that in a grey zone type of warfare, that we are resilient and able to resist that. I'm now going to turn it round and say we need to plan for Russia coming out of the cold. Because what I do know about the future from my strategic forecasting is you get shocks and black swans. And there is a black swan that says that Russia right now is fragmenting. You see the rise of warlords, Prigozhin, Kadyrov, even Gazprom is raising its own private army right now. That is a complete repeat of history from 1921. So I would say to you, who is preparing for Russia facing west again?
Well, that's a natural invitation, Adnan, to you to try and answer the unanswerable question which Chris has just raised. Adnan.
Well, maybe if I could answer also the Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan question. Yes. When we talk about Azerbaijan and Central Asia is basically Turkmen gas. The big volumes of gas are there. The plans for bringing that gas to Europe go back all the way to the 90s. And it hasn't happened yet. And the main reason being Russia has managed to prevent that process through various ways, either by signing big contracts with Turkey, with first establishing the Blue Stream and then Turk Stream and so on. Each one has been kind of something that has discouraged investment in that. But the main reason why it hasn't happened has been the status of the Caspian Sea. They reached a protocol on that about 5 years ago. That protocol appears as some kind of progress that allows some infrastructure development, but it has one caveat that gives the littoral states like Russia the reason to question the environmental aspect of the project, which can delay the project indefinitely. So that's the one. Regarding Azeri gas, yes, is already coming to Europe. There are the two minor problems, or maybe not minor, significant problems are that the volumes are not big because of limited reserves. And the second thing is that it crosses through Turkey, and it's very hard to predict where Turkey's European relations will be in the future as well, given the result of the recent elections is that the country is headed even more towards authoritarianism. So I don't know at what point or whether that will become a problem in EU-Turkish gas relationship, but it could be, and could be, as a transit country, having a transit country in the middle with which you may have some problems as a buyer, or if the supplier has a problems in case of like Ukraine, it's not the ideal situation, which is limiting the progress on that.
Business as usual.
Yes. On the business as usual, I mean, I thought about business as usual. I use a term from Russia's perspective, because that's what Russia would like to see, returning to business as usual. But, I mean, in my opinion, it's very difficult to return to that, because there will be some public pressure. But as I mentioned, there are like 3 areas where Russia has some cards, which is cheap gas, low-cost gas, many businesses that would like to return, and politicians that would like to support the Russian cause, as they have been doing in the past decades. So that is something that we should not discount as a possibility. Is it ethical to return to business as usual? I definitely think it's not. Things should change, but that's the reality. We don't know. It's hard to predict.
Thank you. Hugo.
Okay. Business as usual, and future planning in general. There is no business as usual again, because we are going through a green transition that is accelerating and accelerating. But the scary thing, but that's also the exciting thing, I think, is we don't know what that will look like, and that's fine. Some technologies will do better than others. Some technologies will succeed, some won't. Different countries will adopt different paths. We don't need to predict that. We just need to embrace the broad direction of increasing energy security, increasing resilience, and increasing investment in green technology. One other point, Chelsea, if I have time. I agree with everything that's been said on this panel, particularly, Kari, your own comments on the European Union as an economic force for good and change. I do think that what we can't have are completely separate worlds in which NATO does the defending bit and the European Union does the economic bit. That means the EU should be thinking about the defending bit, but it also means that those countries with a real serious commitment and responsibility in these areas who are in NATO but not in the European Union need to be thinking about these questions as well. How can we help? How can we cooperate? How can we be part of those processes? Those 2 worlds can't just be in separate spheres.
Thank you
Can
very
I
much.
just come in there, Charles, very quickly? You can't give America an excuse to go back across the Atlantic. And the fact of life is, if you talk to Americans, they say, European Union can't fight, won't fight. That's how they see it. Okay? We've got a bigger issue here other than building up a separate defense capability in Europe.
Okay.
Guys, we get free insurance from the Americans. It's as simple as that.
Okay, I'm going to go to the final couple of contributions. Darius, what's your assessment?
Well, just a few words. Well, in Poland, we don't have any hope at the moment that Russia can be a predictable partner, and therefore, I would wish to, of course, and I'm waiting, like all of you, I guess, for democratic Russia. But we at the moment, we believe that we have to rely on our resources, our infrastructure, together with European partners. Therefore, we are now completely dependent on gas deliveries from Russia, completely, 100%. We also invest in other, let's say, resources and plan to be independent completely from Russian energy sources. When it comes to business as usual, on the German side, for example, French side, old members of the EU, I believe that now we cannot reverse that situation. I believe that the European Union can play a much more important role than before, and that solidarity, energy solidarity, will be just not a declarative rule, but just a reality.
Thank you very much, Darius. Vidit.
For the first one, the Caspian Sea, we also need to be concerned with, as mentioned before, the transit countries. And one of those transit countries is Georgia. Now, Georgia's security is always being threatened by their Russian neighbors. So there is a part of the pipeline that goes through Georgia. So that's something to be considered when when you're building a pipeline that cuts across the Caspian Sea into Azerbaijan out to Georgia, to Turkey, and out to the Mediterranean. The other part, business as usual. Well, from a security perspective, you're not going to be able to avoid purchasing Russian gas. If it comes cheaper, you have to deal with that. The bigger issue is diversification of energy. Mm-hmm. So it's market share. Are you, as a security point, will you allow Russia to monopolize and become a big enough part of a market share that it impacts the energy security part? And that's something that the European Union and European countries have to determine. How much are they willing to accept in cheap Russian gas that will not prevent them from at least pulling away when they need to, so it doesn't become a weaponized, at least a weapon again. And also, I just wanted to mention for EU and NATO cooperation, the coherent resilience exercise that we are conducting in November is co-sponsored by the EC-JRC. So the European Union is involved in that part of the exercise to build more resiliency in the Baltic Sea for critical energy infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Kari.
Well, I certainly agree with Chris that whatever the outcome of the war will be, and in whichever form the Russian defeat will take, Russia will not change code overnight, and it will come out of it full of vengeance, and there will be consequences. That's why I have big difficulties of thinking of business as usual as such in this background. I cannot imagine business as usual in Europe, where we actually have to think about a security architecture which is built against Russia, not together with Russia. And this sounds awful, but this is the reality at the moment. So I don't think of business as usual in this sense. On the other hand, I need to put on my other hat at the moment as a climate ambassador and need to express my surprise that almost everybody here in the panel thinks that gas is inevitable and it's only about the price of gas. Now, let me remind you, we have the target of climate neutrality by 2050. We have the target for 2030. We will have a target for 2040 in the European Union. And this is obligatory. You cannot really squeeze your way out from there. It is, yes, at the moment a bit expensive, but it will become cheaper every day. And in the end, there is no choice. Even Germany had no choice. So I'm not so very pessimistic about gas staying here on the market for a long time, and especially Russian gas.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to wind up the panel by firstly saying on my part that I thought it was a tremendous discussion, a tremendous panel. I'm very grateful, and can we all thank the panel for giving their time today to create what I think has been a very good discussion. Well done, everybody. Well done. And to conclude from the Baltic Geopolitics in Cambridge, we've been delighted, as I said at the beginning, to work with Kari and the University of Turku on this panel. We hope to continue collaborating in the future. We're both members of the Baltic Geopolitics Network. I shall leave a few of these pamphlets at the front at the end if anybody wants to have a look. But if you'd like to learn more about what we're trying to do, just Google Baltic Geopolitics Programme with two M's at the end. I'm not American, I'm sorry to say, Chris, in our language, and you'll find out more about us. Thank you all for coming. We very much appreciate it. You're due back here at 4:45. Thank you very much.
cooperation in the Baltic Sea region has already had traditions in many sectors, in energy, in economy, in transport sectors, because we need to be interconnected in order to flow the molecules of energy, electricity, and etc. But the current situation shows that the cooperation, tight cooperation, is vital more than ever. One perfect example is the cooperation between Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland in regards to assure natural gas supplies in the market.
Yeah, Estonia and other Baltic countries have gained a lot already from Baltic Sea cooperation. So there are many flagship projects for us. So we have been enjoying for years already the benefits of Nordic-Baltic joint electricity market, and we are progressing right now to expand the same market also in gas, that in the future there is also a joint Finnish-Baltic gas market. So this is simply a couple of examples of the cooperation we are having so far.
We see that there is a huge importance of interconnectors between the Baltic states, but we are still catching up. I think that the Western European countries are much more advanced. We did a huge effort as the states around the Baltic Sea with building electricity interconnectors, with building gas interconnectors, sharing resources, and this is very, very helpful in this situation. But still much more can be done, and I'm thinking about cooperation when it comes to the offshore wind, when it comes to new supplies from other countries, also security cooperation, because the Baltic Sea is getting more and more attention, but there are also other sectors like industry, heating sector, when the cooperation between companies from that region can be much, much more increased.
I think the key to develop our energy markets is to make sure that electrification comes first. So electrification in most solutions is the cheapest option to get rid of fossil fuels, and that means we will need a lot more investment into the grids and have more interconnectors between the countries. So I think the future needs to be about making more interconnectors between the Baltic states and the Nordic markets to have a joint Nordic-Baltic market somewhere in the future, and also see that all countries then can produce the renewables that are best for them, and then together the system balances out the fluctuation of production, for example.
Well, we have, this is one of the most well-researched, most connected region in Europe, and we have a tremendous history in cooperation, in building joint values and also building joint knowledge through top research, so we should put that into action.
This conference is a wonderful opportunity to discuss with the partners from all over the Baltic Sea region what further needs to be done in order to overcome obstacles and challenges that we face.
The Baltic Sea region, dynamic and diverse. The sea brings us together and inspires us to build connections. Only together can we ensure further growth in our region and face future challenges. Save the sea, connect the region, and increase prosperity. This is our common field of work. Clear water and healthy wildlife. For thousands of years, people have inhabited the shores of the Baltic Sea. Our joint efforts target reduction of hazards and invasive species, making way for more sustainable fisheries, agriculture, and forestry. Improving our everyday practices leads to better conditions of the marine space, making a positive impact on the lives of everybody in the region. Clean and safe shipping. For ages, the sea has provided a reason to search for new possibilities, knowledge, and resources. Joint efforts let us create infrastructure for alternative fuels and reduce ship emissions. Technology advancements make immediate help available when challenges arise. Sharing of experience leads us to more efficient and safer shipping. Good transport conditions. To meet people, you need to travel. Sailing across the sea by an ancient ship or enjoying your ride on a modern, nature-friendly high-speed train, it is movement that makes meaningful connections possible. Our region covers vast areas, from modern urban cities to faraway communities. Wherever we go, we need better access to other parts of the world and each other. Reliable energy markets. Better access to resources enables the growth of small villages and large cities, making life better for all communities in the region. Access to light, heat, and fuel lets us enjoy the small comforts of everyday life, as well as fulfill our lifelong ambitions and potential. Closer cooperation enables access to an open, more efficient, and fully integrated regional energy market. Improved competitiveness. Being never stops creating and cooperating with others. The limits of space and time disappear when competitiveness gives way to cooperation. The advancement of the technological age has made the world dynamic and open to connections. Searching for new ideas and connecting knowledge across all disciplines give us power to bring down walls and build bridges to the global world. Climate change adaptation. A courageous look across the sea to discover a world without borders, a world which is being shaped by the actions taking place on the coasts of the Baltic Sea. Flood and erosion brought about by climate change pose a serious threat to our homes and future. We can achieve better results by encouraging each other to embrace the call for adaptation to climate change and contribute to low-emission development. Integrate our knowledge, experience, tools, and methods to create a reliable roadmap and develop new approaches. Within the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region, we work together to save the sea, connect the region, and increase prosperity.
Maybe mom and dad were right when they told me this wouldn't be nothing. Maybe I should take their advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Or maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Just drinking themselves crazy tonight. Baby, I should call and say, told you I'd be right. Wondering how long it was before you realized the biggest mistake of your life, and now you're paying the price. Oh, is it confidence or confusion? Either way, I feel like I ain't never losing. Your opinion of now, you know just what I'm choosing. I gotta do this, cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. Well, maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. 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 Feels like.
too hard to make a better reality. So I ran all the way here, just for the chance that you'd come to. I've been waiting all day to come here and see you. It helped me deny my loneliness. So I ran all the way here, and I don't even know who you are. Who am I doing this for? Who am I doing this for? I refuse to fall asleep, knowing I'd wake up lonely, sickened by the sour taste. I had to distract my heart, so I wrote a play for us, but no one came to play your part. Who am I doing this for? Who am I doing this for? I ran all the way here, but now I can't see the reasons. I tried too hard to make a better reality. So I ran all the way I didn't mean to hurt you. You're really pretty and funny and smart. I'm just not relationship material. I didn't mean to break your heart. You see, I really need my freedom. I wanna drink and smoke and fuck, but don't worry, there's someone better for you out there. It's just that till now you had very bad luck. But it's not you. It's not So you fall in love too easily. just came here and she's pretty and funny and smart. And I never thought I could feel this way. I didn't mean to break your heart. But it's not, it's not, it's not you. It's not, it's not, it's not.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, it seems like you can hear me. Excellent. So we're going to start the last panel. My name is Ruslanas Iržikevičius. I'm from Lithuania, from the Lithuania Tribune news portal, editor-in-chief. So great to be back to hospitable Turku. As I heard, it is the real royal capital of Finland. Somebody told me that from before, so I'm so happy to be back. And thanks to the organizers, dear Professor Kari, for inviting me again, and thank you for putting me on the last panel on very enlightening topic. We're going to be talking about combating cross-border crime. Very serious topic, but we will try to make it as informal as possible. So, welcome to the hall. Welcome to those who are watching us online, and those people who are watching us online. If you haven't changed from your pajamas, don't do that anymore, because the evening is already closing up. So, thank you so much for once again. There's a great panel in the front of us. Unfortunately, one person who was supposed to be here is not with us, so we're going to be having more time to discuss it. So the construction of the panel is going to be very, very similar to my previous, to our previous colleagues, and I heard from my previous colleagues that there are a lot of historians amongst them. So I'm a historian by education myself also. So, but now we're going to be digging into cross-border crime and how we combat it. Because cross-border crime has involved a lot during the last, I don't know, 20 years, and we experiencing not only hardcore cross-border crime, but we experiencing also a lot of cyber threats. And of course, we will be trying to talk about the impact of the war, of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So we're going to be touching on that. I will not be introducing our great panel, because actually we have people from different walks of life. We have politicians. We have politicians from Lithuania, Estonia, and Finland. We have representatives of European Union. Those people also, some people also worked in Ukraine. So they really great experience going to be coming from here to yourself. So we're going to be speaking for about 10 minutes each. And then I would like to ask your active participation, because that would be great if you can just ask the questions and we will answer them as much as in depth as possible. So we have 1 hour and 20 minutes. We have to finish on time, and we will start. So we will do from alphabetical order, and it has nothing to do with I'm from Lithuania. So, but Mr. Arnoldas Abramavičius is from Lithuania. He's a Vice Minister of Interior, and I will start with one of the great examples of cyber threats that we faced almost 2 years ago. And this was with illegal migrants trying to disturb and trying to, well, destabilize Lithuania and the wider regions. And we were quite shocked. I remember myself that it was a shocking experience. We didn't really have any faint idea what actually we should do, because it was a big, big issue of those hundreds and hundreds of illegal migrants starting out of the blue, entering Lithuania's borders. So I would like to ask Vice Minister to share this experience, how we did it, what happened, and well, where we are now, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruslanas. So, ladies and gentlemen, we were introduced to the situation we faced as Lithuania, as a member state, almost 2 years ago, when commercial air flight was forced to land in Belarus, and finally, Belarusian dictator declared that we will flow European Union with drugs and migrants, and so far it was happened very unexpected, and frankly we were not prepared for such situation as a country. And within the few months, hostile regime in Belarus arranged travel agencies, arranged commercial flights from Middle East, firstly from Iraq, and announced that you have a ticket to European Union, you need to just to fly to Belarusian capital Minsk to ask transport company, it's smugglers or traffickers, to pay 5,000-7,000 euros, and you're already in Germany. They didn't know about the Lithuania or Latvia or Estonia of such countries. They targeted to Germany or France. So what we need to react, of course. The people crossing the border is open. Green border is open. People crossing in hundreds every day. Now, and finally was taken a decision to close the border, to not allow to enter. Of course, it was discussed, this decision, but finally national measures was implemented, and support of the society was definitely as strong as possible, because we need to save our country. We need to save European Union. So that's our response. Response in such that mobilization of all human resources. We need to include. We have included a force of all institutional organization like Migration Department, Police Department, Border Guards. We alarmed. What we have did alarmed European Union. Institution and agencies, Frontex, we asked for Frontex, for then EASO, and now Agency for Asylum, for Europol, to come to examine the situation, that it's not just migration process, natural way, and the people fleeing from the war theater. As later we open our arms and say hello to the refugees from Ukraine. So all possible European institutions and European Commission were on board. We have alarmed European Home Affairs Council. We asked for the special council meeting, and finally we convinced that nothing ordinary in such situation. That situation is kind of hybrid aggression. Later it was definition turned towards migration instrumentalization, maybe more soft, but by the definition is a hybrid act. Is a hybrid act to arrange, to orchestrate flow of migrants from the Middle East, from the geographical point remote at 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers from the destination. And targeting, directed them directly to the European Union. So it happened, and European Union institutions and agencies understood us. That is an instrumentalized action, and we even now as well, there's my colleagues here from Estonia and Finland, and we have support from our colleagues from our other European Union countries that it could happen and could be repeated whenever in time and in geographical aspects and wherever. Lately was recalled that a similar act of instrumentalization once it happened on the Finnish and Norwegian border, but nobody mentioned that time, so how? But now it's finally a real situation. We closed the border and within the 12 months, by the national agreement, by the agreement of the parliament, we constructed physical barrier within the 12 months for the border frontier of 500 kilometers. But not only the, let's say, physical obstacles, financed from our own budget, but as well surveillance system, detection system. Those measures were financed from the European Union budget. And finally, lessons we learned that we need to construct kind of physical barriers to monitor border 24/7 with the big attention, let's say, at it helps to protect our border. Because what I want to say, 2 years ago was just the first stage of aggression, hybrid aggression with the regular migrants. 6, 7, 8 months later, it was the second stage, started conventional war in Ukraine with participation of the same Belarusian regime. So it's clearly linked both to two actions, heat up with irregular migration and lately conventional war and Belarusian participation. So inadequate regimes, hostile regimes near us, they never follow the rules of international law. They never follow the human rights and so far. So we need to be prepared of every possible situation. We need to deter our hostile regimes. And we need to be ready for any kind of situation. So that's the lessons we learn, that mobilization of society, installations of physical measures or advanced sophisticated measures helps us. And last but not least, of course, we prevented secondary movement. We restricted movement of those 4,000 migrants and insisted on them, convinced them to return back home to Iraq. As you know, Iraq, there is no agreement with European Union on forced returns. It's another problem for European. We are now talking about, now it's already on the way, migration asylum pact with the different legislative regulations. But we need to focus on return, as there is no return system would not work properly. So we convinced those peoples, about 30% of them voluntarily return back to Iraq with a small payment, 1,000 euro payment, because those persons in general were cheated. They were victims in general, because for them was promised, you come to the agency in Baghdad, you can buy a travel package, you are tourists, all included, you will be transported to the European Union border, and once you cross the border, it's Berlin, it's Germany, and you will be you will be admitted. And finally, they did realize that reality is not such bright for them, and about 1,000 decided to return back home. That's another maybe a successful story that we're really convinced that return mechanism could be activated. It's not just hands up, we can nothing to do, but as well ensure returned. And of course, lessons we learn now on board to all the member states, on board on the European Commission as well as the European agencies, that act of the way of acting is possible as we did. And currently we are prepared for all other situations. So that the lessons we learn, and maybe my colleagues would additionally now present their own activities. But we were that kind of pilot project, really. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we go to Mr. Antti Hartikainen, who is a former head of mission of the EU advisory mission in Ukraine, and he was there leading that mission until May of this year. So he is very, very fresh in his impressions and knowledge. And I would like to ask about Ukrainian perspective, since as your capacity in your former occupation, can you eliminate the impact of cross-crime on Ukraine and the importance of international cooperation in mitigating these challenges?
Okay, thank you very much, Rusanas. Good afternoon for all of you. I'm just back, like it was mentioned, from my 4-year mission in Ukraine that I had. I have to say that sometimes kind of hard times, but survived. So first of all, this impact of this cross-border crime in Ukraine. Currently, situation is a little bit different because of this war. They have quite limited possibilities because, of course, border control is intensified. Then they have this martial law in Ukraine, and for example, at night they have this curfew that it's not forbidden to move for normal people in the streets. And of course, this kind of things, like as well also those checkpoints established next to the towns, cities, and all these movements, they are very well controlled. And this makes, of course, it very difficult for organized crime to operate. And for sure also they have problems to get in contact with some officials if they would like to discuss with them and try to bribe. And it's these governmental officials, they are not so interested in being taking any bribes at this moment, because it's not like very well accepted in the society during this war. And I think that this corruption has been going now down in Ukraine because of this situation. Then, of course, when 1 year ago Ukraine got this EU candidacy status, EU will be now assessing this level of cross-border crime as a part of this EU integration process. And if it would be somehow assessed that this level is too high, it would have very bad impact to this integration process. And then another issue which has been high on the agenda also in the Finnish news, I remember, is this high risk for small and light weapons proliferation. This issue, I have to say that Ukrainians, they are putting a lot of efforts in order to prevent proliferation of these small arms and light weapons. And it is not actually a big problem now during the war, but immediately after the war it will be a big problem. And we need to be prepared for that moment. And Ukrainians, of course, they are very afraid that if those weapons would be smuggled out of the country, first of all, it could have negative impact in getting military support and then on the other hand it would destroy their reputation internationally, and it would be very bad politically for Ukraine when they want to become members of NATO, and when they want to become of course also EU member state. Then large-scale smuggling and customs fraud. It's a big deal for Ukraine. It has been all the time a big deal for them, and the biggest problem is that this like an investment environment, and then also this operation like conditions, they are not like fair for these law-abiding businesses. Now EU is very much now pushing Ukraine to criminalize commodity smuggling, because currently it's just like an admin offense if they smuggle these commodity goods. Then this is extremely important to criminalize this smuggling and fight smuggling and customs fraud, because this makes it like possible to develop this proper investment atmosphere in Ukraine, and this is needed for successful reconstruction of the country. Then also this cross-border crime, it's directly linked into corruption, because I would like to say that it's basically impossible to smuggle or organize this cross-border crime without getting somehow in contact and without involvement of border management authorities. Then during this war, that now that when they of course are now trying to control all this criminality as well as possible, they have some challenges, especially now on the western border. For example, State Border Guard Service, they had to move a lot of personnel to fight in the east and also protect their border with Belarus. And then because they didn't have any more enough personnel in the west, they had to recruit very quickly young, mostly women, to protect those borders and organize also this passport control on the western borders. And of course they are not so well educated. And that's why it's so important now that also EU member states intensify this control on the EU member states side in order to ensure that these borders with Ukraine are well protected. That we need to work on the both sides of the borders. Then this international cooperation. First of all, you know that Ukraine financially, they have like a little bit, we can say that they have been already collapsing, that there is no like a local economy existing. And they are getting now something like 3 billion euros in a month financial support to their budget. And then, because of this, they need this technical assistance from the EU member states, from the Baltic states. They also need very much this advisory support, technical assistance, these different kind of trainings in order to be able to integrate into the EU and have progress in this integration. Then also I would like to highlight this importance of info exchange and in general of this international cooperation. When we are talking about cross-border crime, then you need to have these contacts, you need to exchange this information. Then what is very positive that the EU is extremely active in supporting Ukraine. EU Justice and Home Affairs agencies, Europol, Frontex, they are actively supporting Ukraine. We have this EU advisory mission there. We have a lot of EU projects. Also EU Counter-Terrorism coordinator, who is actually now here with us, is also actively supporting supporting them and organizing this dialogue with the Ukrainian authorities. EU Intelligence Center, they are supporting them. EU Commission, DG Home and DG Justice, they are active in supporting. Interpol is also supporting them, and of course UN agencies, they are many, they are very active in the country. Then these lessons learned very quickly that of course we need to try to assess that what is the impact of that security situation in Ukraine to the Baltic Sea region. And I would like to encourage to have as much as possible also these bilateral contacts with the Ukrainians. And this would be not beneficial only for Ukraine, but also for us, for our countries. Often we think that we are only giving to Ukrainians, but now it's completely different, because when we are talking about hybrid, Ukraine for sure understands as much as we understand of hybrid. If we are talking about trafficking of human beings, they can for sure provide for us very valuable information. Also in cybercrimes, they are good and they could support us. And then when we are talking about military actions, they have the best experience now that how Russians, how they are fighting, and they can advise us on how to develop our systems. I think that I will stop here now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so since we're talking about the cybercrime, and as we know, cybercrime has no real borders, and so I would like to ask Juhani Intika, President and CEO of With Secure company, and who has a wealth of working in cybersecurity. So, from your experience, do we have? Are we supposed to be afraid of the war, which is having implications since there's no borders to the Baltic region and Finland? Is it spilling over to us, this cybercrime, which is very active, from what I understand, and what do we do to contain it?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Maybe before answering the question, I will just very briefly introduce what we do. So the company I work for is called With Secure, and we are the largest cybersecurity company in the Nordics and Baltics, and we've been in this business for 35 years. We were previously known as F-Secure, and today we run a business that supports about 135,000 businesses around the world. And of course, Europe has always been very central to our operations, and Nordics especially. 35 years gives you a lot of perspective on what cybersecurity really is. We were the first company to find a mobile virus, a virus in a mobile phone, and we became known for that. And we have, of course, evolved over time because the technology around us evolves, and today I would say that everything we do is somehow related to cybersecurity, because we're somehow all involved with IT systems and connectivity. On a practical level, what does this mean? What do we do on a daily basis? We basically do two things. We build defensive software, and we have offensive capabilities in terms of people. We're one of the few companies that actually can claim that our software is built by attackers. So we have what is popularly called white hat hackers in our payroll, people that are paid to hack into a building, or even better, a system. And sometimes it just starts with having the ability to pick a lock and get inside a data room. So you can imagine the war stories we've accumulated over the years. Now, what is cybersecurity essentially, and what are you preparing against? I think you can simplify it basically in talking about two things. You're trying to cause disruption to operations, and you're trying to acquire information, data in practice. And everything we do and the attackers do is basically revolving around these two goals. Now, as often in technology, wars have the tendency of advancing technology very rapidly because they force people to learn more and develop technology more. And if we look at the evolution of military technology, that has usually been the case. And of course, the Ukrainian war is no exception to this. So we have actually learned a great deal. And I had personally the opportunity of listening as our guest 4 weeks ago, the head of Ukrainian cyber defense, Viktor Zora, who was speaking at our event in Helsinki called Sphere. By the way, if you're interested in his presentation, that will be found on YouTube. His name is Viktor Zora, and the event was called Sphere 23. But he made a very interesting presentation about what they had learned about the Russian goals in terms of the cybersecurity, and I will not recite all of it, and the copyright truly is his, but maybe just to note what he shared with us. So first of all, yes, they are there to collect information. Secondly, they're also there to try to destroy the IT infrastructure with all means possible. They are also there to destabilize the situation politically, spreading false information, causing panic. They also want to cause humanitarian disasters. And finally, they want to hinder the integrated European response to the crisis. These are the goals that they have been able to identify from working in the cyberspace and looking at what the Russians are after. And of course, that work is continuing, what they do there, and we continue to learn. And of course, many of us, directly, indirectly, publicly, non-publicly, we support them. And there is even a concept called the IT Army of Ukraine, which is a group of volunteers, not a small group. There are currently 177,000 registered IT professionals who fight this war behind the scenes. And of course, we assume that only few of them are really active and maybe do something meaningful, but it's a formidable force. And how does this all impact us then in Nordics, Baltics, the rest of the Europe? So first of all, it's fair to note that cybercrime knows no borders. So there are no border guards, there are no real borders. So it is, as a concept, it's international and it's global. And as it is global, you will also find global actors that are active on that space. And in our business, we talk about attribution when we find something happening, who did it, basically. And in our world, as nation states, it's usually the four usual suspects that we come across. It's Russia, it's China, it's Iran, and it's North Korea. And they all work with different purposes. I will come back more to Russia a bit later, but Russia, clearly, there are criminal groups that are out there for money, but also there are groups that are gathering intelligence and trying to cause political harm. China, very much driven by espionage, especially in strategic sectors. This is one of the main concerns in the intelligence community in the US at the moment. Iran, doing both, very politically motivated, but you will also find financially motivated groups. And North Korea, where they have estimated that actually the ransomware payments attribute to about 50% of the funding of their missile parts that they acquire. What do we do then as West and as the good guys, as they say? So first of all, this is a never-ending war, so we may be discussing about war ending in Ukraine, but this cyber war will never end, unfortunately. There will always be somebody out there who is either trying to disrupt or steal money. And of course, when we look at the share of incidents, if you consider it a pyramid, it's only maybe 1 or 2% of the tip of the pyramid where we find the nation-state actors. Those are the four countries primarily that I talked about. And if they're after you, you're in big trouble because they typically have almost limitless, unlimited resources and very skilled personnel. Then you have the roughly 30%, which is more the criminal groups. And what we have seen and observed lately has been quite interesting. Since the advent of cryptocurrency, the criminals actually have had a payment system as well. And they have been collecting their ransomware payments in cryptocurrencies, and they've been also benefiting from the increase in value. So today we can already say that we found the first criminal unicorns in cyberspace, criminal groups that are worth over $1 billion. And now what does that mean besides being a lot of money? It actually means that these criminals have the capability to invest. So they can actually now deploy some of that capital in new technologies. And of course, the thing which is in everybody's mind at the moment is the advent of AI-based technologies. For a long time, artificial intelligence was used by defenders primarily. We as a company, we've been investing in machine learning and artificial intelligence for the past 18 years or so. But we haven't really seen AI being used by the attackers. But now, unfortunately, with the advent of ChatGPT and other tools that have popularized the concept of AI and made that broadly available, it is a little bit like the internet. It's good and bad. So also the criminals now can use it, and we've found first malware samples generated by ChatGPT. And of course, the information that they can create and the false information they can create will be increasingly hard to detect by humans. So ultimately it will be a game of bad AI versus good AI. And we as defenders, of course, need to make sure that we are prepared for that almost dystopian reality in terms of our preparations and our investments and our training and other preparedness that we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I would go to the European Union level, the wider level, and we are going to be talking anti-fraud. And Mr. Ville Itälä, he's the Director General of the European Anti-Fraud Office. And so what is your take? What is your take in the situation? What is actually happening now concerning anti-fraud measures and the European response, and also involving Ukraine?
Yes. Thank you. First of all, I have to say that Olaf is not so well known. And if you go to Google and put Olaf, you find the Walt Disney's snowman there, not our office. So, but that's nothing to do with us. But our real work is to detect, investigate, and prevent fraud, corruption, or irregularities concerning EU money. So our mandate is linked for EU budget. And maybe I give some examples because it's expenditure side and revenue side. And in revenue side, we are working closely with the customs in the member states, but not only in the member states, worldwide. One case we had some years ago is one of my favorite. We get the hint from Chinese authorities that there was 2 big ships left from China full of counterfeit shampoo. And then we follow these ships where they are going to. And then they went to Mexico, and the other ship was trying to go to US market, and the other one to EU market. But then we contact the customs in Mexico and border control too, and they seize all this counterfeit shampoo. And I saw the bottles of this. It's exactly the looks same what we have here in supermarket. The normal customers cannot make a difference. But of course, they try to sell it at a much lower price, and then people will buy it. I have to say, if they could go to the market, it's not only cheap, shampoo, it was also very effective, because when you wash your hair for once, it's done, because you don't need to wash again your hair. So nowadays it's not only the question of the money, it's question of people's health too. And with these joint investigation teams, what we have with the member states and other customs all over the world, we have seized a lot of alcohol. Last Christmas, one whole shipment for the toys which were really dangerous for the kids, and all of kind of things. And just recently, 2 months ago, counterfeit honey. And then we realized that nearly half of the honey is sold in EU is counterfeit. So nowadays in this job I really look what I buy and where I buy things, because it's really a common challenge how to do these things. But your question about the cross-border fraud, I have been now in Ola 5 years, and what I have experienced, what are the trends for the fraudsters? First of all, they are really international, really doing cross-border fraud. They are very quick, like this, that they can react. They are really sophisticated. As you know very well, they use IT much better than we can in our offices ever do. And explaining what I mean, they are very quick. When it was COVID time, and it came the announcement that we can have the vaccines, in the same week, the organized crime sent false offers to nearly all governments in EU. And they were very well done, and they offered the vaccines with a certain price, but immediately, because the political pressure was huge. Everyone wanted to have vaccine immediately. And then we detected these criminals, and when we found where these are coming, it was Canada, Asia, and Africa. And they sent it to governments, even to Finnish government. So this really shows that the crimes, fraud, everything is really international, and it's quite a big challenge for all of us. And then the question is that how to tackle this. It's 3 things: cooperation, cooperation, and cooperation. We really need to trust each other in law enforcement side. And inside the EU, we work closely with, of course, with the national authorities, but we work closely with Europol, Eurojust, with the European Prosecutor Office. But that's not enough, because then we need these international partners too, like Interpol and the police in the USA, everything. But we always talk that the real single market here is for the fraudsters and criminals. We have many even legal obstacles how we work together. Sometimes we have a goodwill that let's cooperate, but then it's all kind of regulation which hinder us to work together. And then what is one answer is the digitalization. We really need to have a good digital in Europe, we call it pan-European IT systems, that we can follow where the money goes. And quickly, I want to go to Ukraine too, because that's now our priority. And I have, before I came here to have this discussion in office, what is important is to coordinate, because now it's many bodies from European Union, and they go to Ukraine and explain what we want to do and what is our condition and this and that. And it's too many. They have more to do than every day take visitors who offer something and demand something. And it's not only the authorities in European Union, it's again all over the world. And I met Tuesday people from World Bank. they will don a lot of money, but they want to audit and they want to give the conditions how they can use the money and talk about them. So we try to coordinate worldwide, and I have been in Washington 1 month ago and discussed with the UN, World Bank, IMF, USA, all the actors who will go there. Without this coordination, it will be the mess. But we have to start now to coordinate and make the plan how to work there. And the other one where we are now focusing a lot, but we are in very early stage, is the evasion of the sanctions. We have seen that we have nice, good sanctions, but they are not really working very well. So it's a huge work. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And now I'll go to my left side and to our northern neighbor, Estonia. And what is at the moment the most pressurizing issue for Estonia? And cross-border crime, obviously the border with Russia is kind of closed. But do you feel that the impacts of that onto your work, or it doesn't feel at all? How does it work in Estonia now?
Thank you, Ruslanas. I will describe different elements on how to fight against organized crime. First of all, I would like to recognize and say there is excellent cooperation between all the agencies who is working very hard on against organized crime in Baltic region. So it means we can a little bit better sleep on nights, as we know they really do the great job. To come organized criminal groups or that landscape as it changed, basically organized criminal groups has remained same as been always. There is 3 elements. I think what they follow: people greediness, easy money, and our weakness. What is changed, of course, is changed the landscape where they're working, and all the new digitalization and digital society, all the applications on IT possibilities, what we have, has changed that landscape dramatically. And near future, I would like to say 70% crimes will be, organized crimes will be, might be already by now, is committed by using technological tools one or other way. And here is my one of the concerns, because criminal groups don't necessarily need to travel around. They can organize the task-based results without leaving their homes. And one of my concerns is about the data what we, as the criminal groups, is working on a digital environment. We need the law enforcement needs the data to actually what is used there to fight against the criminal groups, organized criminal groups. But somehow we have found ourselves the situation where we have the data retention and privacy balance is drifting, my opinion, a little bit wrong way, because if we will look the latest court decision what we have in last 10 years, by now there is more limitations. As we know, law enforcement agencies has to be improved every step and have the decision from courts and to use that kind of the data. On same hand, everybody from us can give their privacy away with one click, and it's not balanced. You can't, law enforcement agencies can't protect the privacy if they don't have the access for information, and it's the way balanced out, and something has to be done on that level. Major steps, there is good sides as well. Major steps combating cross-border criminal activities has been made lately. Adoption of EU Information Exchange Directive
which will ensure some more access between law enforcement authorities and information what we have and we can share. Of course, it really depends how the member states themselves they implement, but there is new possibilities and new instruments to actually do something way better than we have done today. I will describe slightly one of the oldest organized criminal activities is the drug crimes, and I would like to highlight in here that national legislation must be consist to every state in European Union, especially in our neighbors as well, because the new substances entering the market like no tomorrow. You can't catch the old one. There is the already 3 new ones, but we have to simultaneously all the new substances ban on same time, because as an organized crimes they don't necessarily sell the drugs in Estonia. They can choose the Finland, Latvia, Netherlands, or any other country, but they can organize that on one state example, and it's really necessary needed that all the substances will be banned on same time. And in this related matter, the ability to collect and use digital evidence is important as well for many organized groups, especially who is specialized, example on drug trafficking, reminds the minor resource coming in changing regulations. It's the one of the whole, and we can make it less profitable. Second concern what I have in general in organized groups is we must improve collective ability to detect criminal assets and actually be way more successful on confiscation. It really might be need a different law background for that, and to on our level corporations to actually follow the money, how to say, because what I can say right now, there is no member state or state who is actually very successful on that. So basically only 2 to 4% all the benefit what the criminal groups is able to earn, states are able to confiscate. It has to be changed because the organized criminal groups is only follow the main aim is to actually earn the easy money. To come hybrid threats or to Ukrainian and war situation, of course, it's every manner affected us and our security on every level. It's important to us to use the various measures. Some of them is already long time, not long time, but some time misplaced. One of them is sanction to pressure the Russian to stop the war against Ukraine. But of course there is some difficulties because the organized groups who is seeking and looking the holes between different sanctions. I can make some examples as we know by current sanctions you can sell the cars which is cost more than 50,000 euros into Russia. Basically the brand new cars which cost like 100,000 more and more is divided into the parts, and one part of that car is less than 50,000 and they will be moved in on different ways, and the end result, the brand new Mercedes still driving on Russian streets. So that's the organized groups is always seeking and looking the loops on different legal aspects. Of course, there was mentioned already what will happen after the war. Weapons and explosive smugglings is one of the real threats. After the Balkan Wars, it was seen as well, and there is a lot of weapons available, and we can quite be sure that organized groups will not just leave them, and will wait a way to smuggle into the European territory as well. To continue on hybrid, the availability of Russian media channels is one of the concerns. Many of us travel around. If you will go into the middle of west side of the Europe, you can in a hotel room turn your TV on. The Russian channels and propaganda is ongoing. Of course, in this part of the Europe we have a ban and close them all the town, but it's one of the element where you live on parallel worlds, and it's one of the key elements of radicalizations as well. And it's the to dealing with that matter is one of the key as well. Based on the war, there is a lot of refugees has been on the move. In Estonia, we have more than 60, nearly 70,000 people. Not all of them is asking from us temporary protection, but after the war, of course, many of them is going back, but most likely there is thousands will stay, and there hopefully the men who will survive the war will follow them. It will be cause us different aspects of problems, the war post-traumas, and if the families has lived without one of the half the family a long time, there might be new families, and it will be definitely cause some new problems. Arnoldo's mentioned about the sanctions, what we was forced to immediately add into the effect. One of the sanctions was to limit non-necessary travel from Russian side. It was actually quite successful. There is only small groups who is actually allowed. Before the COVID and compare Estonian side, the cross-boarding is down by 70% what we had before the COVID. And it definitely affect. One element what is mentioned in news as well, if the Russia is calling the new men into the war line, and there is some member states has start negotiations like should we let them to come into inside Europe. In Russia there is like 140 million people is living, of them not half, almost all of them is men. We can only imagine to have like 20 million Russian men living in Europe, as the Russian perspective to have a big Russia is not disappeared nowhere, and it has been one of the key trigger to actually attack the Ukraine. So we can the regime one moment will do anything to actually secure that big Russia picture. So I will end my notes in here.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry I didn't introduce Veiko. Veiko is Veiko Kommusar. He is from Estonia, from Ministry of Interior, and he's Undersecretary for Internal Security. And when I said our northern neighbor, I was talking as a Lithuanian, so sorry about it. So now we go to the true north, from Lithuanian perspective, also even from Estonian perspective, and it's Kirsi Pimia. And she's permanent secretary of the Ministry of the Interior of Finland. And so we go to your yard, and what is the situation with cross-border crime in Finland, and also if you can touch on hybrid threats.
Thank you very much, Ruslanas. It's always a great pleasure to be the last panelist of the last panel during the day. Is there anything new I could bring into this discussion that has not been said yet today? But anyway, I'll try. I was listening very carefully here, my colleague panelist, and thinking that what is the Finnish perspective in a way that how we have confronted the cross-border crime and what new kind of thoughts we have found out during the past 15 months as the war has been going on in Ukraine. Lots of lessons learned from that too. A thing that I would like to, I know that it was touched already in the first panel today, but what I want to bring up is the word cooperation, collaboration. And I think one particular Finnish way is the very strong cooperation between authorities. We, of course, hear all the time from the politicians and from the citizens that why can't the authorities cooperate and share the information, and why aren't they doing them? But actually we are doing, in the international perspective, we are doing it a lot. And in much more actually than in many of the other countries. So I think there's, of course, we need to be better and work closer with each other also in this country, but I think we have a good basis to that anyway. So the cooperation, I think, of course, when we're talking the cross-border crime, we need to talk about the international cooperation as well. And it is the bilateral cooperation between the countries, but it is, of course, the international organizations, Interpol, Europol, Frontex, other regional organizations that we have. Who can, in a way, facilitate the countries to do more cooperation, share information between each other, and so on. But as mentioned here by the other panelists already, that of course the criminals are very clever in their networks and cooperation as well. So they are actually exploiting the difference between our countries, between, for example, differences of the legal systems, differences of the business structures, law enforcement capabilities, etc. The list is endless nearly. And as said, that now they're forced even the AI in their use and might find other ways to exploit in the international sphere. But anyway, so I want to, of course, we as an EU country, we need to see that the cooperation between the EU countries and the EU legislative frame gives us something, gives us tools to do cooperation, to share information. And one of the central issues that I want to share with you today is the shared situational picture. And it means, of course, that the different countries, different authorities have a same picture, what's happening, what's coming. There were good examples from Ukraine to from other organizations, etc., that if we all think and see things differently, we cannot really cooperate because the perspective is different. So this is very, very important for us all to have a sort of a similar picture and then to find out how we can combat cross-border crime. And I think what Juhani was saying here earlier, that cybercrime, it's not actually a cross-border crime because there are no borders in that sense. But of course, it's still something that we, where the basis is the international cooperation to combat that. The national authorities, the national actors, whether it's the businesses, whoever, need to be prepared to all kind of attacks in the cyber world, but we still need to share the information from the lessons learned. We all all have cases. We have as Veikko even mentioned here, we have these experiences how different countries, whether it's Russia, China, Iran, etc., how they act and what the ways they do, the tactic they are using, etc., so that the other countries could prevent something that maybe somebody couldn't. So of course this is very important in that sense to learn from other countries and to learn from the experience that the others are saying. I'm not going into different type of, we have mentioned here already the different type of crimes that are there, whether it's the drugs, which is of course something that where we can see all the time that if we don't work, for example, the police doesn't work between their colleagues and between the countries, they just don't get the big networks that are selling the drugs and are planning it around the world. But it's something also that I want to point out is the, as I mentioned, the business structures, because of course the criminals are using them. Somebody said here that they are, you mentioned the car, but you put things into the pieces and you actually work through the legal structures in particular countries and you use them to finally do something somewhere, which can be another country again. So there are many aspects that we need to take into account, but I think in good cooperation we can sort of get to the goals and that we all, of course, want to, and we can prevent. I do believe that we can still prevent, even in the future, even if the criminals are using the AI, that we can still prevent the cross-border crime. But it does need more and more cooperation, more and more training. As somebody mentioned here, that the training, the education of our authorities, of all the actors, and all of us, I think, if we think of the cyber crimes, that we should not be negligent and sort of avoid taking all our own machinery and what we're using, the IT. So all these can be used by the criminals. So I think it's something that we need to be vigilant, but it does include everybody, actually. But I'll end up here, so we have some time for the discussion with the audience as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I would like to open the floor for the questions. So, and if you can introduce yourself, and well, we already heard you once, but who you're addressing the, microphone is, microphone, and who you're addressing the question to.
Kowalczuk, East European Strategic Forum, Warsaw. I have a couple of questions to Vice Minister Abramovičius. What was the position of your ministry in a dispute between President Nausėda and Lithuanian Parliament on abandoning restrictions related to citizens of Belarus? So the veto was twice voted in Lithuanian parliament in favor of Belarusian citizens not be restricted in entering and settling in Lithuania. So another question about the wall that Lithuania, Latvia and Poland raised in the aftermath of migration crisis. Do you think it was a smart decision to invest €1 billion in this wall, and what will be done with this wall if the regime, Lukashenko's regime, destroyed in the outcome of the war? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. There is no dispute between the President of Parliament, just a point of view between, and the Parliament took decision to enforce some restrictive measures on Russian Federation people, citizens, following, let's say, our regional decision from September last year, when Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia introduced entry ban for Russian citizens. So it's more flexible with Belarusians. And President expressed that the point of view, but Parliament adopted the law. It's for 1 year. I don't know how it will be changed 1 year after, but currently is a situation without any effect on changes. On the physical barrier, as the said, you said on the wall. So currently, unfortunately, we are surrounded, especially Lithuania, with 1,000-kilometer border line with hostile regimes, like unfortunately Belarus, unfortunately Kaliningrad enclave, making troubles not only for Lithuania but as well for destabilized whole Baltic Sea area, and what we are talking about today. So, as from my perspective, when Belarus come to democracy, overthrown dictatorship, and once entering European Union, of course, as once was said, tear down this wall, President Reagan said. But unfortunately, when situation is such and there is no guarantees what after Lukashenko could happen. So if Belarus will join European Union, so it's very clear. Belarus will enter to the common market of goods, capitals, and the people. But reality is a little bit harsh. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have two gentlemen in the back.
Thank you. My name's Charles Clark, and I was at one point UK Home Secretary, and I found this a very, very interesting session. My question is to Kari. It was very interesting. You rightly emphasised, in my opinion, cooperation and partnership. My experience was within the UK that these were very true words, but very difficult things to achieve. For example, on sharing databases, for example, you mentioned training, on sharing training. Even within one country, it was very difficult, with different agencies doing different things, and let alone when talking about multi-countries with different political traditions, different structural issues. I just wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on those problems that you identified.
Shall I answer? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very interesting question and somewhat difficult to answer. As you said, that there are challenges, and if I start at the national point, how we have tried to tackle the troubles that we have in our country is that, of course, that requires certain kind of a legislation, because the powers of the authorities are based on legislation, and if the legislation doesn't give you the power to share the information, you cannot do it. And then, as my colleague Veiko here brought up, the different kind of legislation that comes from the EU that sort of says no to sharing information, whether it's an information that concerns private citizens and etc. So there are many kind of say struggles and challenges that we need to come over. But I do still believe that there is, of course, and then the third point is maybe the security-based information that you just don't want to share on that ground, or there's a legislation for that as well, that it is either in connection with the national security or with something else that you cannot share it. But still, I believe that if we try to find practical ways to work together and to share that information, if we think of the situational picture, There are many things that we can share there. And from that point, I think the well-educated authorities, wherever their specialities, is that they come to the same conclusions. I think if I think of the situation in Ukraine, I'm sure that in every other European country, there are lots of scientists, there are different kind of people with the military background who are explaining to us citizens why they're doing now or what they shall do next, probably. So I think that the ideas and the procedures are very similar in all of the European countries. So in that sense, I do believe that with the practical cooperation, we could overcome some of these challenges that we have. But of course, I'm not challenging anybody to break up laws and go and give up something that you should not do according to the national legislation. But of course, it is still difficult. But I think that it's the only way we can combat these issues together if we trust, if that involves that trust, that we need to trust also these people in another country. I hope that was just a little bit answering your question. Thank you.
Thank you. And the gentleman in the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Tomasz Studzieniecki. I represent Gdynia Maritime University and Intergovernmental Coordination EU Coast Action. And I feel very privileged that I may raise my question concerning borders to specialists like you. And I actually have two questions. Some Baltic countries having borders with Russia and Belarus are in more complex situations. So do you think that border crossings should be open, because it's very easy to take a bus from Gdansk to Kaliningrad? Lukashenko is promoting Belarus as an attractive destination. There is no visa. And another question, do you think that such travels from Baltic Sea region to Belarus and Russia should be allowed? Provocative questions. Thank you.
Who would you like to answer?
Two representatives of Ministry of Interiors.
So we have 3 persons, so we'll start. Okay, so Veikko would like to go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
In the middle of a free country.
Yeah, middle of the free country. Yeah, thank you. About the questions, there is, as we are in war situation, the crossing the borders is too limited. And limited only the special groups with basically related only relatives. Of course, it's possible to cut down as well, but there is some principles what we should still let and follow, like the possibility to be with your families, at least the close ones. It will be, I think the situation will be remain and it will not change near future perspective. Even if the war will end, Ukraine and win one day, hopefully soon. The sanction, I think they will remain some period still on force. After that, we will see how the other side is effect on what kind of the next tasks or things they figure out and how they will respond for us. One thing is good to show, response will come one or other way, and we should do everything to learn Ukrainian war and be more prepared. I would say definitely none of us wasn't prepared well enough. Of course, we was prepared, but not that well as we usually think we are. So I hope it answered the question.
Thank you.
I think I passed this, I think it was to say to my Baltic countries, but I want to say thank you. I need to run for the train because otherwise I'm going to miss it. So I thank you for this panel discussion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll continue for a couple of more minutes. Thank you. Arnoldas, please.
Yes, thank you. Of course, we would be more restrictive on Russian crossings, but Lithuania is kind of unique situation with Kaliningrad transit. And it's a kind of condition agreed in the 90s between the European Union and Russian Federation. So we would be ready to stop that Kaliningrad transit, so-called special transit scheme. But within the agreement on the European Union level, we still ensure that possibility. Would it destabilize situation? Would it not destabilize situation if we would stop? It's a question mark. Of course, Poland is more restrictive toward cargoes to Belarus, and then finally Poland crossed that possibility. Cargoes moved now to the Baltics. No, but this is kind of reality that from one side we need to be more restrictive to Russian Federation. For the other side, I also understand our Belarusian colleagues, Belarusian people, that big number of them they're against Lukashenko. Of course, Lukashenko controlled the situation and either in jailed opposition or forced them leave country, and then thousands of them living now in Lithuania or Poland. Even in Lithuania is kind of government in exile, a transitional committee led by Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, acting from Lithuania. So it's still question mark. We really understand that big number, big percentage of Belarusians are against the regime, but they cannot any real tools on instrument to oppose at the moment. So far we are definitely more flexible towards Belarusians, and we do hope that one day they will throw dictatorship and join towards democracy. Because one last sentence maybe, I hardly imagine it's a possible neutrality in such area or kind of neutral countries like once Ukraine chosen. Neither to European Union, maybe nor to the Russian Federation, but this politics failed, and currently either Ukraine or Belarus with European Union and NATO, or on the other side. So there is no other option. Thank you.
Thank you. And still the question, yeah.
How it works. Nice. So, hello. My name is Ville Kokkomäki. I'm a recent graduate at the Åbo Academy University in Peace, Mediation and Conflict Research. So there were 3 points that I crossed my mind. Veikko mentioned a need for better laws for the state to confiscate. Am I right? Yes. And Juhani mentioned that cryptocurrencies, I assume mostly Bitcoin, that North Korea is using. And North Korea is a threat, and Bitcoin and other relevant and same kind of cryptocurrencies are a threat as well for the safety and security. That correct? Around so and so. And Arnoldas mentioned that border control should have more. Has or should have more cameras and surveillance and monitoring.
Already has.
Already.
Yes, already. Yes. So my question is, if I understood correctly, that could there be a deterioration of human rights because of these kind of implementations, or wanting to make these implementations? Thank you.
Thank you. And since this is we are quite sort of desperate for the time. So if we can just go from the left to the right and very sort of as possible as brief, if it's okay. And so that will be the end of, if you want to say something else. Yeah.
Thank you. Very briefly, if we are constructed border protection line and physical barrier with already installed surveillance camera detection systems, there is no violation of human rights. There, according to the law, is a possibility to ask for the asylum at the border checkpoints. They're existing and operating, as well as the diplomatic representative operating on the Belarusian side. Another positive aspect related to what my colleague said, that not only the barrier for migrants, but as well barrier for smugglers, for counterfeits, for smuggling of alcohol, cigarettes, fuel, and it shows increased number of the revenues, of the tax revenues. Only maybe it's somewhere hidden and undercover the drugs. There's more complicated schemes as we see, and physical barrier hardly had impact on drugs, but definitely on the smuggling items we benefited from the revenues to the national budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Antti?
Okay, to this question, just very briefly, that when we in the EU member states and also when in Ukraine, when they are developing their legislation, they always take it into account that they follow human rights and, let's say, also like a fundamental rights. This is one of the key factors, and EU is very carefully always focusing this issue. It's very high on the agenda. For example, our mission, we very often had to report specifically in this topic to the EU member states. Thank you.
Yeah, first short commercial. We are the cybersecurity partner of Crisis Management International, so we actually protect, from a cybersecurity standpoint, peace mediation processes. I think if you think European perspective, GDPR as a privacy project has been a great success, I think that Europe can be proud of. I think that it is always a balance. I think yes, we want to protect privacy, human rights, so we don't want at any cost to go after the threat actors and bad guys. I think it is a balance that we need to strike, and we need to respect that. We had a recent case where us as a company, we went all the way up to the Supreme Court against the National Bureau of Investigation in Finland because they wanted information from us without the court order. And there was a kind of a ruling that they needed a court order. So we had nothing against giving it and helping and supporting authorities, but it needs to happen in a proper manner.
Thank you. So.
For human rights respect, we always respect human rights, and we have now implemented new regulation for Olaf, and there was implemented a controller, and everyone who is under our investigation can complain to controller who look in this human right aspect that we apply human rights.
Thank you. Veiko.
Yeah, very shortly, very briefly. Of course, human rights and fundamental rights has to be respected. And if you will work out some new legal elements, they have to be considered. And usually, on law enforcement perspective, you have to need several approval to actually have to access such kind of the information. So it's granted and supervised on a very different level. Started at prosecute. I supervisor is authority itself, prosecutor office, court, and so on. And it's way better secured than. Like I mentioned on the start, where everybody else with one click give all the rights away to private companies to do whatever they like to do with you. Because supermarket knows exactly when you buy wine on this week and when you will drink that. we should ask ourselves. Thank you.
On that happy note about wine, I would like to say that thank you so much. It's a little bit, it's indecent to finish on time when it's a panel is very, very interesting. So, but we have to finish. So many more questions, but thank you so much. First of all, to the panelists, big applause. And thank you for great questions. And once again, I'm so happy to be in the real royal capital of Finland, and I hope we'll see you next year. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, dear guests, dear friends, just a small note from the organizing team at this point. As you know, City of Turku is organizing a reception for us at 7 o'clock. It's in a restaurant nearby. So those of you who have registered for the reception, you are invited to follow my wonderful team members. It's about a 10-minute walk from here. But still, to conclude the program, we have 2 more speeches ahead. First, we have Mr. Grzegorz Poznański from the Council of the Baltic Sea States Secretariat, and then followed by Mr. Ilkka Salmi from the Council of the European Union. So, Grzegorz, I please invite you here. The stage is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsi. I should start from thanking organizers, but actually, putting us between the reception and the fantastic panels is something a little bit risky, but I will try to do my best. Kari, I can say simply collaboration and trust, which is the motto of the CBSS, and is it enough? No, probably not. Probably not, but I will come back to these words at the end, if you allow me. No, thank you very much. I call Turku the capital, the Finnish capital of the Baltic collaboration with our fantastic friends in the city of Turku, in Centrum, Balticum, at the Turku University. So thank you very much for your invitation. I was asked to say a few words about the civil society security. More I will talk with the civil security or civil protection. That's what we do in the CBSS. But let me start from a few very general observations. For many, Russia's full aggression on Ukraine last year came as a shock. But was it so unpredictable? Was it really so shocking? Just on Monday, when I was in Tartu, in Estonia, I made a comment that in the West we tend to think with Clausewitz, which is that the war is the extension of the politics. When we talk about Russia, I think that very often it's quite otherwise, that the politics is the extension of war, or rather the constant preparation of war. If you remember the Russian arguments about possible NATO expansion, Ukraine's aspirations to the European Union, we very often have heard not the political language, but military language. That was about the strategic depth, the key interests of the Russian Federation, that were not a political language, but it was rather the general staff language. The key Russian strategic documents pointed out already since a long time at Russia's key adversary, that is collective democratic West. And Ukraine, of course, became a victim of the full-scale aggression when the people of Ukraine voted with their blood and determination at Maidan that they wanted to join this democratic and free West and its institutions. So I would say that the strategic goals of the Russian Federation were quite clear since quite a long time. Russia's long-time doctrine is to disrupt and to destroy the collective West. Already before the Second World War, some of the scientists pointed out that Russia's aim is to disrupt, weaken, still unrest in the countries that it intends to subdue or to attack. And by the way, if we look at the history of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth from 17th century, we see exactly that strategy. Of course, the so-called Gerasimov doctrine only summed up of what we knew for such a long time. Basically created a toolbox of different instruments of disruption, weakening the possible adversaries at different levels, aiming at the society, economy, energy, using the different tools of political, economic, but also corruption as a tool to weaken the adversaries. We just have heard fantastic examples and some discussion about the information or cybersecurity. When you put together the cybersecurity and other areas, you could see that the traditional division between the war, crisis, and peace probably doesn't make sense anymore. Today we live in a world with the adversaries that are using the whole spectrum of tools depending on what is more feasible and more useful at the particular moment. The cyberspace, which was also raised during these questions and answers question, provides a very important issues. That is, how much we should be effective in deterring and with fighting with the adversaries' influence. How much we should be effective in protecting our cyberspace, and how much we should still respect the freedom of speech, which, by the way, is very often used by our adversaries, because in Europe, in the West, in this collective democratic West, we treat the cyberspace as this technical side, and we take as granted that we should assure the free flow of information. And that is not what our adversaries are doing, because they are treating both the technical side and the information sphere as a one battleground to disrupt our societies. So these are really difficult questions. We have our rules, but to be effective, we'll have to look very deep into our legal systems, our legal machinery, to make sure that at the end, democracy is not weakened and our freedom of speech is not weakened. Of course, we cooperate on all different levels, national, international. We have NATO, EU. I would like to draw your attention, as we are at the Baltic Sea region forum, to the regional formats, that we have many of them here, and many of them are very pertinent to be mentioned when we discuss especially the civil security in this region. Many issues were actually, during this last panel, they triggered my particular attention. Let me just briefly mention them. When we talk about the organized crime, we have poorly, if functioning at the moment, the Baltic Sea Task Force on Organized Crime. We have a tool to have the proper discussion about the organized crime. The issues of, for example, the confiscation was raised by, I think, our Estonian colleague. That was exactly discussed last year in Helsinki in June at the Prosecutors General, Baltic Sea Region Prosecutors General Network. That were exactly the topics of organized crime and forced prosecution. The confiscation were discussed here. We have Baltic Sea Region Border Control Cooperation that is more than relevant when we would like to discuss, for example, the weaponization of migrations that we just have heard from our, for example, Lithuanian colleagues. So we have the whole variety of different organizations or networks that is only the political will that is needed to utilize them fully to have a good dialogue. Usually, which is critically important, when we have member states around the table, we also have the European Union. This is the case of my organization, Council of the Baltic Sea States, that we have 10 member states. 8 of them are members of the European Union. Norway and Iceland are very closely collaborating, not only in the Nordic formats, but also in the Baltic collaboration. And they are, I would say, very special partners of the European Union, very closely linked with the European Union. And we have European Union. We have European Union both at the political levels, when we have the political discussions, but even more importantly, we have the European Union at the very concrete work of our expert groups, where we need the particular DGs, Directors Generals, be it the DG Mare, and I would say that next week we'll have a very important meeting of the Director Generals of the agencies responsible for the civil protection of the Baltic Sea region. There will be all 10 countries represented, and of course relevant European Commission representatives will be also there, where we will have a very good, important discussions. First of all, summing up the German presidency. I really hope that we'll hear a little bit about the upcoming Finnish presidency, because Finland takes over the presidency of the CBSS on the 1st of July, but everyone is eagerly waiting for the new Finnish government. By the way, do we have the Finnish government already? Because some people were saying that maybe it will be today. We are waiting for that in the CBSS very much, because that will really open our Finnish colleagues the possibility to present its priorities for the presidency. So I hope that next week we will have at least a general discussion about the Finnish priorities. Of course, one could expect that Finland, a good specialist in the whole of the society defense, I call it whole of the society resilience, will be focusing on that, and this is exactly the answer to today's needs. I made this very long introduction to say that we have to look at the security, including civil security, in this broad form, but we need the whole levels of the governments and society, including non-governmental, including volunteers. By the way, next week we will have also the meeting of the newly established network of the volunteer organizations. By the way, using also Finnish examples, but also Polish examples. There are different voluntary networks participating in working on the civil resilience and on the resilience and civil protection in the Baltic Sea region. Also, recently we had our CBSS Youth Ministerial, and the youth of the region spoke very firmly. We want to be resilient in the political sphere. They see the constant threat of disinformation and attempts to interfere in the democratic process. Again, we can go back to the toolbox of General Gerasimov. That's exactly this. This is what is happening. And the young people of this region, they see it, and they're coming up with the ideas of the projects to strengthen the resilience of especially the young voters to disinformation and attempts to interfere in the elections. As I said, the organizations like ours, but as I said, we are not the only one. There are also other networks. We have very well functioning, by the way, very closely collaborating EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. That, by the way, Centrum Balticum is running the, I could say, de facto or quasi-secretariat, but Centrum Balticum is also very much involved. That's why we cooperate very closely and very often. But organizations like ours provide the possibility not only for the governments to meet, but also for the other stakeholders and partners, be it non-governmental organizations, other international organizations, but also academia. And this is the modus operandi of my organization, to have academia present, and that's why I'm again happy that I'm here in Turku, because we have academia present at different levels of our organization. Recently we've run the reflection process of our organization, the political reflection. We asked the external experts to give us the input and to put it in the broad politological perspective. But even more importantly, we have a very strong input of the academia in our expert groups, which is producing a lot of important tools and products that the Baltic Sea region can be really proud of. When we talk about the human trafficking, we have the Task Force on Human Trafficking. We have also European Union that is working on and adopting its the new human trafficking strategy, borrowing heavily on the experience of the region, on the elements that were worked out in this region. when we talk about the building of the resilience to the climate cost crises, we have our toolbox that was built and now is being promoted all around the world by the UN as a fantastic example. And it was, all those tools were created with a very specific inputs from not only from the governments but also from academia and other stakeholders. And this is also how we should approach the civil security, because only through the involvement of everyone will be able to be effective. I won't go very much deeper. I could do it, but I don't want to stand between you and the reception for much longer. Let me try to bring some food for thought for the future, I would say. I think it was also during this last panel mentioned that only good cooperation, NATO, EU, but also regional organizations and networks can provide effective answers. National responses efforts are really crucial and important, but they are not enough when we deal with the cross-border challenges such as human trafficking, organized crime, cyber crime, and many, many others. And as it was said, not only the criminal networks, but also the adversaries of the collective West are using the whole arsenal, this international arsenal, cross-border arsenal, to aim at our interests. Definitely the lessons learned from the Russian aggression on the Ukraine should be put in a kind of a separate toolbox. And there is a lot for the collective West to learn what is happening right now in Ukraine. And I will just say that we are doing exactly that in the CBSS. And that's why we have also European Union extremely interested in what we are doing, because we try together with our partners around the region to gather all this experience and to draw very concrete lessons for strengthening the civil protection and the general social resilience in our region. As it is not possible to distinguish between the war crisis and the peacetime, as I said earlier, we really need a comprehensive security management, or on the level of the strategic assessments, legal analysis, and the operational analysis. And I think it was also mentioned, I think during the first panel or even the opening session. So I would say we agree on that very much. Democracy to win must be effective. It must provide for citizens, guard freedoms, but also effectively contain threats and adversaries that can be achieved only through genuine social, political dialogue and inclusive debate about the security. Trust, especially between governments and societies, is really a key for democracy to win. And you have organizations, including regional organizations, that can really facilitate it. Let me leave you with the words, and maybe language is not chosen by just randomly, that go like this. 生活大劫. Well, okay, I'll try to explain it. In the 6th century, the Chinese general, Wang Jingzi, developed the so-called 36 stratagems, which summarize the Chinese strategic thinking much better than the famous Sun Tzu. One of those stratagems, that's what I have just said in Chinese, says very bluntly, loot a burning house. Or when you see the burning house, loot it and steal from it whatever you can. Well, through the whole of society integrated multi-level, inclusive resilience and security building, we should prevent our democratic Western house not only to be set on fire, but also ultimately not to be looted of its freedoms. So, summing up, I will say what I intended to say at the beginning instead of all this lecture. The collaboration and trust is something that we need on all levels of our society, all levels of the government, and between the governments and the society, because only in such a way we can build a real resilience. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, distinguished members of the forum and ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed my very ungrateful duty to have the closing speech. But allow me, I have spent most of my career, more than a quarter of a century, in security and intelligence. So let me just reveal you one piece of tradecraft from my years, especially in the counter-espionage. A story of an intelligence chief of one great nation, which shall remain unnamed, was giving a brief to a National Assembly of 2,000 people. And he thought that he gave an excellent introduction into the state of play and the threat picture, the threat landscape in that specific country. And after his presentation, he actually said that, well, there are 3 spies in this room. There are 2 here in the front row, and then 1 over there in the back. And then his advisors came to the general and asked, sir, we know that you're a very experienced colleague, but how could you pick those 3 people out of 2,000 who are the spies? Because when these people were interviewed, indeed, it turned out that they were spies. He said that, well, they were the only 3 ones who were still awake at the end of my presentation. But indeed, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we really have a range of, I would say, very esteemed experts talking today about the dangers we are facing in the Baltic Sea region, and I would say also more globally, be it military and hybrid threats, risks to our infrastructure and energy sector, and the fight against cross-border crime. And with the permission of Professor Liuhto, allow me to add one additional threat, which is namely terrorism. I do also truly believe that we have to put this all into the perspective. As a Finn, I truly believe that we have actually been, and I'm acutely aware that we have been quite fortunate, especially if we compare the Baltic Sea region to many other parts of the world, at least until now. And things have changed, and it has been mentioned time and again today that the security landscape changed very rapidly and swiftly, and that's definitely what we have also seen here over the last 18 months. But indeed, allow me to say a few words about my core business, namely countering terrorism, and also to highlight some of the challenges that we face, and also a few words about the landscape. And my apologies for drifting away a bit from the Baltic Sea region to the, let's say, further away, but I will definitely come back, so don't worry, and it won't take too long. If we look into the terrorist threat picture in European Union today, it still remains high. The Islamist terrorism continues to pose the main threat in many EU member states and the EU as a whole. In addition, in large parts of the EU, including states and the coasts of the Baltic Sea, there is also a growing threat posed by right-wing violent extremism, while the threat from the left-wing and anarchist terrorism remains lower. I'm also increasingly worried about potential future terrorism driven not by ideologies, but by vague conspiracy theories and narratives directed against democratically elected governments and the so-called elites. The risk of sophisticated attacks that are centrally organized by terrorist groups is now lower than it was in the period between 2014 and 2018. The destruction of the caliphate established by the Daesh in Syria and Iraq has seriously diminished, and its ability to stage large-scale attacks in the other parts of the world. Al-Qaeda core leadership has been weakened because of military pressure and the killing of the leading figures of that organization. Again, all the recent terrorist attacks in Europe have been committed by lone actors or small groups of terrorists acting on their own initiative. These terrorists may have been inspired by violent extremism ideologies, but they did not act as a part of a formal command and control structure of a terrorist organization. And this in turn hampers the detection by law enforcement and domestic intelligence services, as collective plots are typically easier to investigate than those hatched by individuals. However, I would like to add, the term lone actor should not be taken too literally, though. Many of them maintain a wide network of like-minded individuals, even if those are not involved in their attack planning. A typical example is actually what we saw in the central Stockholm in April 2017, with an attack which was staged by a radicalized asylum seeker from Uzbekistan who maintained contacts with other violent extremists elsewhere. Worryingly, I would say we are also now even witnessing the rise of a so-called independent jihadist threat. Whereas until recently, lone actors were inspired by Daesh and Al-Qaeda, we currently see some of them acting entirely on their own accord, often in response to perceived acts of blasphemy. Unfortunately, Sweden and Denmark are more familiar than most with this kind of a threat. In addition to the Islamist terrorism, violent right-wing extremism and terrorism is a serious and growing threat to the security of the EU. EU member states' law enforcement and security services continue to disrupt right-wing terrorist plots, and we continue to see violent hate crimes. Violent right-wing extremism discourse on the internet has increased significantly during the COVID pandemic. Violent right-wing extremists are increasingly connected across borders, notably online. For example, the accelerationist movement largely consists of neo-Nazi teenagers based in different countries who communicate in internet groups to prepare extreme acts of violence against members of minority groups. They also increasingly use gaming platforms to communicate and recruit new followers. And lastly, as I mentioned, I'm concerned about the possible new threat of violence from people who are not directly linked to either right-wing or left-wing extremism, but driven by a vague feelings of animosity towards their governments and the members of the so-called elites, such as journalists, scientists, healthcare workers, and judges. While we have not seen any completed terrorist attacks motivated by such sentiments, there has been a series of very serious violent incidents and disrupted plots across the EU, including the wide-ranging plot to overthrow the government of Germany. There are several terms for this trend, such as anti-government, anti-institutional, and anti-establishment. This form of violent extremism is often triggered by a single grievance, for example, frustration about measures to contain the spread of COVID or high energy prices, and fueled by conspiracy narratives. These beliefs are, in turn, frequently bolstered by disinformation spread by foreign powers, notably Russia. While adherents to the anti-system movement are more or less clear in specifying what they oppose, their ultimate objectives remain vague. This lack of clear vision makes their grievances prone to appropriation attempts by long-established violent extremist groups. Violent right-wing and left-wing extremist organizations frequently latch onto the anti-system protests and opportunistically adopt the grievances expressed by these protesters. Now allow me to turn to the challenges that we have already discussed in a lengthy manner, and I could say that, of course, the key issue is Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And I think there is definitely a common sentiment that Ukraine's security is ours. Yet even if Russia's aggression continues to fail, the mid to long-term repercussions could be very significant. I have specifically 4 concerns that have been already raised today. First of all, the border security. Since the start of Russia's full-fledged invasion 13 months ago, millions of refugees from Ukraine have entered the EU and the influx continues. Systematic border checks remain highly important in order to find terrorists and the organized crime members and prevent trafficking in arms and human beings by criminal organizations. Secondly, and this was mentioned by Mr. Hartikainen, is definitely one of the main worries, which is namely the wide availability of firearms and other small and light weapons in Ukraine, which could prove to be a challenge, especially in the future. Our experience after the civil war in former Yugoslavia in the 1990s shows that the firearms and other weapons could end up in the hands of terrorists and organized crime. We definitely need to provide weapons to Ukraine, no question about that, to defend itself from Russian aggression, but we should do so without overlooking possible future risks to our own security. Thirdly, the country directly neighboring the EU is rapidly turning into a war theater in which some violent right-wing extremists participate in the fighting. And for example, the Wagner private military company uses symbols steeped in Nazism and other forms of ultranationalism. It is obvious that we need to think of the best way to deal with this problem also in the future. And finally, Russia will undoubtedly sustain its efforts to spread disinformation with the aim of strengthening extremist and anti-democratic movements and dividing public opinion in the EU. I have to say that it's deeply cynical that the Kremlin tries to justify its aggression with references to denazification while simultaneously driving right-wing extremist radicalization in the EU. In today's world, disinformation, conspiracy theories, polarization, radicalization and hate speech against minority groups are intertwined. And Russia is actively spreading disinformation and conspiracy both openly and covertly through its troll farms linked to social media. Therefore, there is a hybrid angle to radicalization that we need to address. An interesting topic which was discussed, especially in the last panel, is the internet and the new technologies. I would say that an even more important vector for radicalization is the internet. As we have seen, online content sometimes forms the trigger for terrorist attacks committed by lone actors. Online echo chambers brought about by the algorithms of social media networks contribute to the spread of conspiracy narratives. In my view, the major tech companies still do too little to reduce the reach of extremist content. Their content moderation, i.e. their enforcement of their own terms of use, is often inadequate. Due to the lack of content moderation, the algorithms favor extreme and divisive content. Such content holds people's attention longer and thus has a competitive advantage over mainstream content in reaching wide audiences. The goal of the algorithms used by social media companies is neither to ensure reliability of information nor to offer a diverse range of opinions, but to generate as much revenue as possible. Again, Mr. Hintikka referred to the new technologies, a specific topic which we have definitely seen and which will have, I would say, a great impact in shaping our security landscape in the future. We should not assume, for example, that terrorists' attack would remain low-tech as they have been over the last years, but in order to see that there definitely will be a capability in this matter also for terrorists to use the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence, the metaverse, cloud labs, drones, biotechnologies, and other forms of disruptive technology. Governments should be proactive in developing policies and legislation to optimize the benefits of these technologies for our citizens, reduce the risks of malicious use by state actors, terrorists and other criminals, and to facilitate the use of new technologies by law enforcement and justice. Another issue which was raised during the last panel was also the challenges that our law enforcement and security community faces today. And the concrete examples are the data protection, data retention and the end-to-end encryption. The replacement of traditional telecommunications with online communication, which is often end-to-end encrypted, is making lawful, and I want to underline the word lawful, interception highly challenging for the law enforcement and intelligence services. There is a real risk the law enforcement and intelligence services could go dark, as we say, unless we strike a right balance between privacy and security. The growing curtailment of the power of the security authorities is intended to protect fundamental freedoms. But terrorists and organized crime criminals are very likely to benefit from any of these constraints that we might see. They undermine citizen security and could, as a result, actually threaten the functioning of our democracies itself. So now, allow me to come to the conclusion and try to draw some points that have been discussed and addressed today. I do believe that on the many problems that were raised, including some of the aspects to the terrorism in the Baltic region, have been actually one common phenomena, a Russian link. For all of us, more than any other conflict around the world, Russia's behavior serves as a reminder that the preservation of our security and our prosperity has a price. It has price in financial terms. Those of us who do not yet spend the NATO norm of 2% of their GDP on defense need to work in achieving that objective in the future. And to give just one example, by the way, the Baltic region seems to be doing quite well on that respect compared to the most of the Europe. It also requires an investment in non-financial terms. In a world characterized by great power rivalry and in regions so close to the neighbor that emphatically rejects our democratic values and the rules-based international order, policymakers need to invest in their valuable time and brain power in making the right tactical and strategic choices. In the very recent history, we have seen even being careful does not mean that we couldn't deliberately imply decisiveness. Finland's and Sweden's choice to apply for NATO membership following the start of Russia's full-fledged invasion of Ukraine speaks volumes about our capacity to act quickly and decisively in the interest of national security. It also shows how we view ourselves as sovereign members of the free world with strong transatlantic ties. All states along the coasts of the Baltic Sea, except of Russia, of course, have long chosen to be part of the European Union. This is not just an economic choice, it is also a choice based on shared values and shared destiny, with a strong security dimension. The EU's action to prevent and combat terrorism, which I know so well myself, is just one example of the EU's security cooperation. In today's globalized world, security is collective. All forms of security demand information exchange, operational cooperation, and the development of joint strategies. That is why NATO and the European Union provide such an essential contribution to all aspects of our security. They now form the solid anchors of the security of the entire Baltic Sea region. With that observation, ladies and gentlemen, I end my closing remarks, and I thank you all for making this such an interesting and fruitful day and conference. Thank you.